Hi. So I have my business cell. The other cell doesn't say. The other cell, my personal cell, doesn't say. I don't know why. I'm going to go back to this one. So call me on this one. Quorum, we're going to start. We have a long agenda today, and I do want to get started. Which items? Deputy Mayor Malik, Councilor Sachs, please take your seats. Then we'll have quorum. We can begin. Councilor Fletcher is online.
Okay, where's Councilor Sachs? Councilor Sachs? Where is she?
She's speaking to the gentleman right in front with the scarf on.
Can I start anyway?
No, they need to be seated in order for the things to go. Use your gavel.
Councilor Sachs. Good morning, everyone. My name is Councilor Chris Moyes. I am the chair of the Toronto and East York Community Council. We have quorum. I am now calling meeting 9 to order. Welcome to everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Toronto and East York Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. As a Caribbean Canadian, I am committed to continually acting in solidarity with our African, Caribbean, and Black communities seeking freedom and reparative justice in light of the history and ongoing legacy of slavery that continues to impact our communities across Canada. As part of this commitment, I would also like to acknowledge that not all people came to these lands as migrants and immigrants and settlers. Specifically, I wish to acknowledge those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. In support of the City of Toronto's ongoing efforts to confronting anti-Black racism, I pay tribute to those ancestors of African, Caribbean, and Black origins and descent. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto and East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerks has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerks meeting portal. Clerks IT staff are available to members if you need to help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at tycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Councilor Malik, I believe you have an item?
Yes, I do. 931?
Yes.
No.
Your interest.
Your interest.
Oh, sorry, yes. I do have an interest on item, TE 9.12, the proximity to the property.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you for declaring your interest. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on October 18, 2023? Councillor Bradford, all those in favor? All opposed? Carried. Before we begin the agenda run through, may I have a motion to add new business items TE 9.72 to TE 9.82? Councillor Perks, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So item TE 9.1 to TE 9.36 are timed items, so we will begin the run-through at item TE 8.37.
Sorry, should be 9.37. 9.37.
Yeah, TE 9.37. There was an error in my script. All righty. So we're going to start the run through. TE 9.37, changes to Business Improvement Area Board of Management. Deputy Mayor Malik. All those in favor? All opposed? Carried. TE 9.38, encroachment appeal, 2294 Bloor Street West, maintain existing enclosed marketing structure. Councillor Perks.
Move approval.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.39, encroachment appeal, 40 London Street. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I need to defer this till next meeting, please.
Okay. Do you need to vote it?
For to January?
Defer to January? Yes. Okay. You vote on that?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor of deferral? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.40, 3524 Dundas Street West, construction staging area. Council Perks.
Move approval.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 9.41, construction staging area, Lakeshore Boulevard West, 955 Lakeshore Boulevard West. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to hold this item.
Okay, we'll
Thank you.
hold. TE 9.42, 321 Davenport Road, construction staging area. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.43, 10 Elm Avenues, construction staging area. Councillor Sachs? 43.
Yes, I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.44, 63 to 91 Montclair Avenue, construction staging area. Councillor Madlone.
I move these staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.45, 1404 to 1428 Young Street, construction staging area. Councillor Madlone.
I'll move the staff recommendations, but I also have amendments in my letter.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendments? Opposed? Carried. As amended. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. TE 9.46, 176 to 178 Front Street East and 33 Sherburne Street, construction staging area. That's me. What item is that? 46. I move amendment. Is it amendment? No? Sorry. No, I'm lost. Give me a second. 46. Says you have an amendment. Yes.
I don't have anything from you, if you want to hold it down. And then
I'm going to hold this item down. TE 9.47, 125 George Street, construction staging area. Move amendment. There's no amendment, right? Okay. Just going to move this item. All those in favor? Carried. TE 9.48, 60 Queen Street East, construction staging area. And move as, I'm going to move it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 49, designation of fire routes and amendments to Chapter 880, fire routes, 1 Edgar Water Drive. Councillor Malik, Deputy Mayor Malik.
I move the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.50. Designation of fire routes and amendments to Chapter 880, fire routes, 47 Austin Terrace. Councilor Burks. Sorry. Councilor Matlow, my apologies.
I apologize. Please repeat the item number.
Item 9.50, designation of fire routes, amendments to Chapter 880.
Yes, I move the staff recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 9.51, designation of fire routes and amendments to chapter, did I just read that? There's another one.
Yes, it's
It's a different, okay. TE 9.51, designation of fire routes and amendments, chapter 880, fire routes, 61, 63 St. Clair Avenue West. Councillor Matlow,
I move the staff recommendation.
all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.52, accessible loading zone, Hounslow Heath Road. Councillor Bradford,
Item 5.3.
5.2.
It's Bravo's one.
It's Bravo?
Yeah.
Hold.
Then hold.
Yep. TE 9.53, accessible parking space, November 2023.
I'll move approval.
Mr. Chair, sorry, Mr. Chair,
Let's go ahead.
Councillor Fletcher. I think there's one spot that I'd like to have moved in there. It was approved, but the deadline was missed.
Sorry,
So if
Councillor,
it's not in there yet,
you have
can't
an
hear me?
amendment sorry, it's hard to hear you. You have an amendment?
Yes, and if it's not there with you, then if you don't mind holding that, to add one spot.
Her motion.
We do have your motion. We can bring,
A motion was submitted.
yes, we do have it. It's up now.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of the amendment? As amended? All in favor?
Thank you.
Approved, thank you. TE 9.54, accessible parking space, November 2023. Councillor Matlow?
Our apology, we're just trying to work out an issue.
Yeah, 0.54.
I move the staff recommendation.
Yeah, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Geez,
TE
I can't
9.
hear anything, Mr. Chair.
Pardon me,
Gonna
Councillor?
have to go back out and come back in.
Can you repeat that, please? Okay. Do we still have quorum? We still have quorum, okay. T 9.55, pay and display, parking, Dufferin Street. Deputy Mayor Malik? 0.55. 55.
Yes, I move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 9.56, mobile only zone, various locations. I'll move this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Oh, sorry, the pay and display was not me. It's 9 and 12.
It's okay.
Sorry. Do you want to hold it?
Can we go back to 42? We have to reopen it because we have speakers on that item.
Josh and I usually.
Okay, it's okay. 42? You know, yeah, I even highlighted it too. I should have known this. Can we reopen item TE 9.42? Councillor Bradford, all those in favor? Thank you. We're gonna hold this item because we do have speakers on this item. TE 9.57, we have speakers on this item.
What happened to 5.6? I'm sorry, did we
5.6, we approved, 5.
move 5.6? I'm sorry.
I did.
We did, thank you.
TE 9.58, parking amendments at Triller Avenue.
Move approval.
Okay, Councillor Perks, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.59, realignment of parking, permit parking area, 5H to exclude the development located at 1080 to 1088 Yonge Street. Councillor Sachs,
I move the staff recommendations.
all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE,
We have a motion on 60.
okay. It's 19. It's Councillor Bradford,
Yes, just 1 second.
it's Bradford.
I'm gonna just hold that down for a few minutes.
Okay, TE 9.60, we're going to hold that item. TE 9.61, traffic control signals and traffic regulations, 1245 DuPont Street. Councillor Bravo is not here. We're going to hold that till she gets here. TE 9.62, vehicle width restriction, lane north of Dundas Street West, west of Montrose Avenue. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.63, traffic calming, speed hump, Cadorna Avenue. Councillor Fletcher, you back?
Yes, no, I just got knocked off the sound. I'm here. And that would be I have a motion there, which is to install.
Okay, we're gonna put that up.
And that would be the,
All those in favor of the, that's an amendment, right?
yeah, that's just, moving those recs, you don't have to do item as amended.
Okay, moving those recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 9.64, traffic calming speed hump, Mosley Street. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes. Yes, that's mine again. Waive the polling requirements, install the speed humps, please. Motion there. You have a motion, Mr. Chair.
Sorry. We have some difficulty hearing you, Councillor Fletcher. Maybe you could raise your volume or maybe speak closer to the mic.
I have a motion right there to install.
Okay, that's better. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 9.65, traffic calming, speed hump, Queensdale Avenue. Councillor Fletcher?
The same thing. There's a motion there, Mr. Chair, to waive the polling, install the speed humps.
Okay, just waiting for it to come up, then we could vote on it.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? Thank you. All those opposed? Carried.
And Mr. Chair, sorry, can I ask, did you add new business already? I think you did. I heard that.
We haven't had new business
Yes?
yet. We're still going through the rundown.
You haven't added. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. TE 9.66, traffic management plan for the water main and water service replacement projects on O'Connor Drive between Sandra Road and Bermondsey Road. Councillor Bradford?
I apologize, Chair. Can you tell me which item?
Item 66.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Staff's right. All opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, TE 9.67, appointments to the 519 Church Street Community Center Board of Management. I will move staff's recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 9.68, speed hump installation and speed limit reduction, Hallam Street between Ossington Avenue and Shaw Street. Councillor,
I move the staff recommendations.
thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I think by now I'd know whose ward is who.
Councillor Sachs, so the next item, she has a motion.
Okay, item 69, right? Items TE 9.69, reallocating dormant Section 37 funds within Ward 11.
Yes, I have a motion to amend.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Item as amended? Favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 9.70, accessible loading zone, Sackville Street. I'll move this item, and I will move staff's recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 9.71, parking amendments, Lombard Street. I will move this as well, and I will move staff's recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You gotta raise your hands, people. Okay.
These are all council letters, so good.
TE 9.72, bylaw changes to reflect the new conditions after the King Street West, Queen Street West, Queensway, and Brunsonville Avenue construction. Council Perks,
We just call it KQQR.
KQQR.
Yeah, I'll move that.
There's too many Ks in there for me. Too many Ks in there for me. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. TE 9.73, always stop control at Hallam Street and Concord Avenue. Councillor Bravo is not here.
I'm happy to move that we add it to the agenda at least.
It's already been added.
It's already been added.
Introduce them all.
You did them all? Oh, I missed it.
There's just one, two that have to be added.
Okay, yeah.
Do you want to hold it for?
I will hold this item for Councillor Bravo. TE 9.74, I'll also hold for Councillor Bravo. TE 7,
I'm going nuts, I can't remember.
TE 9.75, I'll hold for Councillor Bravo. TE 9.76, I'll hold for Councillor Bravo. TE 9.77, speed humps on Richmond Street West. It's Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.78,
Your ward isn't really.
appointment to fill a vacancy on the Community Center Board of Management. And that is Councillor Sachs.
Yes. The recommendations in my letter.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.79, parking amendments, Bleecker Street. That's me. I'll move staff's recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.80, parking amendments, Rhodes Avenue between Fairford Avenue and the north end of Rhodes Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, that's mine, and I would move, I have a letter, the recommendation to end the alternate side parking, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried, thank you. TE 9.81, parking amendments, Selwyn Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make the recommendations in my letter, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.82, traffic calming Elmer Avenue between Kings Road and Norway Avenue West Branch. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And that,
We have to add those.
yeah.
That's next.
I do have that one item that I held that I would like to release. If I could just find it, that'd be wonderful.
Was that the,
46?
is that the one? Construction staging on Front Street?
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna move,
We have to add your new business. Just by this point, so.
okay, so there's no amendments though, right?
Yeah, we didn't receive anything. Should we
One sec. Sorry, folks, for the confusion. I will need to reopen item TE 9.47, 125 George Street, construction staging area. Motion to open. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I also need to reopen item TE 9.48, 60 Queen Street East, construction staging area. I'll move that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And those are the items I need to, okay.
And then we also have, written business for Jacqueline and Alec, and then for one for Council Bradford.
Okay. So we do have two new businesses item to introduce. The clerk has it. One to display. This one's for Deputy Mayor Malik. Okay, all those in favor of adding this new business? Opposed? Carried. We do have a second item to add to the agenda from Councilor Bradford. Let's display that as well. All those in favor of adding this item? Opposed? Carried. All right, there's a lot of changes to my script here this morning, so bear with me. So Councilor Sachs has informed me that she will not be here this afternoon because she has another committee she has to be at. So there's a few items I'd like to perhaps okay. So I'm gonna ask that we move these items first, or speak to these items first. So TE 9.23, is that correct?
Yes, that's the only one she has left.
That's the only one you have left. Okay. Is that okay with the committee that we, okay, thank you. And we have no speakers on it, so it should be pretty easy. Oh, we do have speakers.
We have 3 speakers.
Okay, we do have speakers. Just want to say a shout out to city clerks for being so flippin' wonderful. They're all pretty quick. You can go long haul, right? Okay. Let me just get through this one first, then we can, okay, thanks. So item T 9.23, we do have 3 speakers. Michael Hoffman, are you here? Michael Hoffman? Okay. And
Hello?
oh, you're online? Okay. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee. You may begin.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to support the development of 33 new homes at 219 through 221 Roxton Road. The developer has proposed a 12-story building at this location that we're facing an unprecedented housing crisis. The city council has agreed that we need tens of thousands of new homes, and this isn't going to happen through business as usual. So amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw are necessary to build the homes we need. I'm talking here because I live within 300 meters of this location. I don't think that having 33 extra families in this neighborhood is going to be deleterious for my life, for my family. This is, one of the best places in the city to build new homes, being between 2 streetcar lines, near buses, subways, all sorts of local businesses. And if we don't build it here, where are we going to build it? We don't want to have sprawl. People, people don't want housing elsewhere. This is one of the very best places to build it. And I hope that the community council and city council will support this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you. Anthony Munich, sorry. Yes, you have 5 minutes to speak to the committee. You may begin.
Chair, for this opportunity to elaborate on some of the most troubling aspects of the 219-221 development further to the City of Toronto report for action October 24th. In other words, it's skimpy and short. And so I'm Tony Muhich, coordinator of CORD, College in Ossington Responsible Development Association. I wish to zoom in on a number of troubling concerns with respect to the 12-story height of the development that have escaped the attention of the city's October 24th report. In fact, there are 4 major problems with the super size of this development. It's too tall and it's on too small an imprint. With respect to the height, 16 meters are allowed on this site, but 40 meters are proposed. There are also problems with the imprint of the development that coincide with the height. With respect to height, the first alarm is that the angular plane requirements are a totally missing element of the proposed building plan. More than half of the building mass penetrates the angular plane. Approval of the proposed building would set a very dangerous precedent for buildings throughout the city's major arterial roads. Not a question of accommodation or housing, it's a question of my neighborhood and what's good for it. To date, effective STIP designs are visible and prevalent throughout the city. If there has to be something on my corner, that's what I want. I don't want some box that goes up 12 stories like a cube. Further, the FSI floor index. The FSI floor space index density of the proposal, which is 8.19, is based on a location within a major transit station area. However, this site is not within an MTSA, as all the closest TTC stations are well beyond the 800-meter threshold that defines the limits of an MTSA based on the provincial definition of MTSA in the growth plan. In fact, the 8.19 FSI of the development is twice that of any other building in proximity. The building next door is 799 College Street at 6 floors, has an FSI of 3.44, while an almost completed 8-story building further on at 871 College has an FSI of 4.61. The average FSI of 5 recent developments within 1 kilometer of the subject is the subject building is 4.34 FSI. Shadow impacts. Has the developer introduced a shadow impact analysis for the proposed development? If so, what is the extent of the duration of the shadows on the streetscape sidewalks of College Street? Section 7.4 of the planning rationale indicate that there are no major issues relative to shadowing impacts created by the development, but there are no diagrams or graphics to go along with this. It is unclear where and how the shadows are cast onto the trees on Roxton Road and the surrounding area. And most important, the next door building, 799 College Street, well, 799 is of particular concern with respect to being immersed in shadows, perhaps for half a day. With respect again to height, there are concerns with building massing transitions. City staff concerns with the building massing transitions to the southern neighborhood are not addressed. There appears to be a lack of transition to the south, which is designated neighborhoods. The proposal does not provide either a stepping in to fit within the angular plane, nor a rear setback. This creates a 6-story tall blank wall condition facing Roxton Road, which has a strong neighborhood character. The design makes the street wall taller, which is not desired in this segment of College Street. The proposed build form creates an inappropriately masked built form defining the edges of the street, resulting in an undesired visual impact. The proposed building does not emulate the form of 799 College Street, which is 6 stories tall. That's the neighbor, and does not comply with stipulations on setbacks, rear transitions, and a maximum height of 6 stories relative to the street wall. Tall building guidelines. Regarding planning rationale 6.5, this report does not provide a detailed analysis of these guidelines. There is a detailed guideline by guideline analysis of the growing up of section 6.7 of the planning rationale. So why not explore this to elaborate on it? Location, just finally, the imprint.
Sorry, your
it's-
5 minutes are up, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have submitted a report with, contains
Okay.
half a page left, and I thank you for your
Thank you.
attention and for your perspective on this.
Thank you. Any questions to the applicants? Okay, seeing none, thank you for coming today. Patrick Fang, are you here? You have 5 minutes to speak to the committee, delegate to the committee, depute to the committee.
Is it possible for me to show a photo? I am on the Zoom link or the WebEx.
Yeah, IT can help you do that quickly. But can you start speaking while, okay.
Yes, I believe
Go ahead.
I've been given panelists. All right, well,
Do you have an HDMI plug-in?
this feels just like pandemic times again. Let me get set up here. All right. Thank you for taking time to allowing me to speak to council. I am a resident of Little Italy. I live in one of the wonderful neighborhoods represented by Councilor Diane Sachs, and I'm speaking in support of the city's staff's recommendation to allow resources to take this before OLT. And I want to briefly outline why that is. Oops. IT, I seem to be removed from the meeting, so I will try to log in again. I want to quickly go through. I apologize. Maybe I can just do it this way. Can you see the pictures are very dark?
Yeah, there we go.
Just wanted to give you a sense of what, in fact, the neighborhood looks like. So I am. Can you just?
Sure.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So, in brief, the site, as you have seen in the report from staff, there are a number of concerns with the proposed development. As a resident of the area, I live within 100 meters of the site. I know this because I received a mandatory letter from the council, from the developers, stating that this was going to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And in the previous, that's fine, they can see a little bit of it. Those are some pictures just from Google Maps of the corners. You can see that all of the buildings in this, at the corner of College and Ossington, are 3 stories, 4 stories. They are proposing a 12-story building. So I am fully in support of affordable housing. I'm in support of transit-oriented development and mixed-use development. But this particular proposal is a disaster of plan. It's not well thought out. It's not well resourced. It would increase problems in terms of traffic, both vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle. The proposed development has 0 parking spaces for 33 units. It is a walkable community, but some of those people will have cars, and they will certainly have visitors. It has a handful of bicycles, spots. It has no laneway for garbage collection or for deliveries. It has no infrastructure, in fact, to support the additional people who are there. It is not a plan for affordable housing. At the hearing convened by city planners in April, at which there were many local residents opposed to the development, the developers were asked directly what they meant by affordable development. How many units? Would it be rent geared to income? What percentage of units would be at what rate? They could not answer any of these. I don't believe they were planning to answer them. This is not a proposal for affordable development. It is a proposal to get as much money as the developers can for the minimum amount of land that they are able to develop on. And finally, I would say that these decisions affect us in the community. And I recognize that now that the developers have pushed this to the Ontario Land Tribunal, pushed it to the OLT before the city even had a chance to provide a response and a decision. Now the developers have pushed it to OLT, the ability of city council to represent us as citizens is limited. We have spoken with Diane Sachs's office. We know that there's much that her office and other city councilors would like to do, but that decision has been taken out of city council's hands.
Okay.
So I asked simply that you provide the staff resources to allow your staff to represent the city at the OLT and to oppose the development on the many grounds that they have outlined in the attached notes. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputants? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your deputing today. Councillor Sachs, this is your item.
So I move the staff recommendations. The staff recommendation is for the city legal to go and oppose the application. I support that. I've indicated that to the community group for the last several months. So let's get it done.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bravo is here, so we're going to go back to the rundown items that I held on her behalf, and we could vote on those.
Thank you, Chair. And if I can just say to my colleagues, apologies, I was at the Toronto Foundation's Vital Signs launch.
You're doing the people's work, Councillor Bravo. We appreciate you. So item TE 9.31, is that the first one?
No, 3.1 is time.
Oh, those are times, sorry.
So it would be, I think I have 52.
Just trying- is it 73, the first one?
952, the accessible loading zone, Council
Sorry.
East Road, Ward 9.
Yeah, okay. So items T 9.52, accessible loading zone, Hounslow Heath Road. Councillor Bravo.
Move the recommendation.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
TE 9.61,
That's 6-0.
that's Councillor Bradford. He's holding that 6.1 is,
Yeah, okay. T 9.61, traffic control signals and traffic regulations, 1245 DuPont Street. Councillor Bravo.
Move the recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Keep your mic on. It's all you.
and then we go down to 73.
73. Okay. T 9.73, all-way stop control at Holland Street and Concord Avenue. Councillor Bravo.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.74, evening rush hour through traffic restriction on Wallace Avenue at Lansdowne Avenue. Councillor Bravo.
I'd like to move the recommendation in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 9.75, traffic calming measures on Brock Avenue between College Street and Coburg Avenue. Councillor Bravo.
I'd like to move the recommendation in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You gotta raise your hands, people. T 9.76, traffic calming measures on Holland Park Avenue between Oak Avenue and Winona Drive. Councilor Bravo?
I'd like to move the recommendation in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And that is it. And we're going back to
16. People want 60.
60.
Yeah, Councilor Brad was holding item
Okay.
60. So we have an amendment program, so
Okay. Items T 9.60, introduction of overnight on-street permit parking, area 9C McLean Avenue. Councilor Bradford?
Thanks very much. I can move the staff recommendations with this additional technical amendment. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of moving staff rec? All those opposed, carried. Thank you. We need to,
nope, we're good there.
okay. All right, we're moving along quite nicely.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Councilor.
thank you. Thank you. I spoke to you earlier and said I wouldn't be able to be here this afternoon either. I know there was a deputant who was there for TE 9.21, but I believe they have withdrawn from that.
Okay, T.921.
Yes. Could you confirm that for me, please?
Is David McKay here?
No, he's emailed to withdraw.
We'll check and see. We haven't received anything yet, but we'll double check.
Oh, I see. Okay.
We haven't received anything yet.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. And once he withdraws, then all of my items are simply staff report.
Okay, we just received an email that this deputant has moved himself.
So Mr. McKay is gone.
Yeah.
And at some point, if we're getting close to 12:30, I would just like to release 20, 21, 27, and 30 with the instructions. So if you could keep that in mind, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Fletcher. Let's just go.
Sorry, with your indulgence, may I just reopen an item and give a different direction on the item?
Sure, which item?
It is TE 9.45, 1404, 1428 Young Street Construction Staging Area.
Okay. A motion to reopen item. All those in favor, opposed, carried?
And I want to work with staff, Councillor Sachs, and the applicant. So I'm going to send this to council without a recommendation.
Okay.
And then we'll have a good solution when we get there.
Okay. All those in favor of moving the item to council? Without recommendation? All those in favor, opposed, carried. Thank you. Okay, back to item 9.1. Naming of public lane located north of Bloor Street West, extending between Margarita Street and Brock Street. We do have one item, one deputant to this item. I think is a family member of the street name person. Yvonne Bambrick. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Moyes. I'm here with Michelle Sanaya. Neither of us were relatives of Michelle, but we were dear friends and colleagues. So we're here to say thank you to Councillor Bravo, to other councillors who've worked with Michelle and who know the value of this naming. We lost Michelle in late June of 2021 at what would have been, the height of her young career in city building in the city of Toronto. We lost someone very important. And she worked in public realm, in particular in reinvigorating and inviting people into the community, from the community into their laneways to make those safer places that can be played in and walked in safely, and for people to find their way and to get to know their neighbors. through the organization that she started called the Laneway Project. I have been on the board of the Laneway Project for about 7 years now. We're still going, and we're thrilled that her legacy is maintained with the naming of a laneway in her honor. Meg?
Yeah, I worked with Michelle on many, many projects, and she brought so much joy and just energy and enthusiasm to these underutilized spaces. So it just means a lot to the city. She became a trusted resource for the city for policy on laneways. So this will just mean so much to her family, to her friends, to us, and it just brings closure, and we just couldn't think of a better way to just have her legacy live on in memoriam. So thank you very much to the city, and we look forward to a celebration in the spring with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne, and thank you, Meg, for coming in today and sharing your testimonials with us. Councillor, any questions for the deputants? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Councillor Bravo? Okay.
Mr. Chair, if it's okay, Councillor Bravo would like to speak after me, if I could speak first, and then she'll move.
Sure, and also Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik also wants to speak as well.
Okay.
Meg Marshall, was she with?
Yes, she was. They spoke together. So who wants to speak first?
I just wanted to say I had the opportunity to work with her both as a local resident in the East End before my council days. Laneway project was really catalytic on Trent Avenue and Kelvin, back of an old ice cream factory. It was the first time I had seen or heard of the Laneway project. This would have been probably like 2017, 2018. And what struck me was how they were able to bring folks out from the neighborhood, from some of the apartment towers and some ground-oriented housing in the main Danforth-Dawes corridor, and working with the city to secure some dollars and some investments, and just seeing how far those dollars went, and the contribution that made to reinvigorating a space that had largely been forgotten. And I think that's sort of the genesis and the story of our laneways across the city. They're not necessarily the prime time spaces that we think about all the time, and yet they can provide a place for gathering, for lemonade stands, for physical activity, and for artwork. And that's what we saw there on Kelvin. And it was really cool. I was just living there and I was like, wow, this is awesome. And Michelle, of course, was leading all of that and very hands-on. So then as the councillor several years later, when we had the opportunity to revitalize a laneway behind just north of Main Station at Main and Danforth, there was no doubt in my mind who needed to lead that work. And we had a bunch of community meetings and some really great ideas put together. And of course, under her leadership, the Laneway project, taking all of that energy and emotion and positive ideas from the community, and then manifesting that in a new design for that laneway. Obviously, with her tragic passing in 21, that work stopped for a while. I'm glad it's back underway, and we're going to continue to see that through. But I would just say her legacy exists there in the East End, in that Main and Danforth corridor, and there really is no better of a tribute than, I think, the naming of a laneway, of course, in her neighborhood. So I love to see that. Very happy that this is forward. Appreciate Deputy Mayor Bravo's work on that, and I think it's a really appropriate tribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Deputy Mayor Malik?
Thank you very much, and good morning. And I just want to begin by thanking Yvonne and Meg for coming this morning and speaking to us. and thanking the residents and neighbors and colleagues of Michelle's from Open Streets Toronto to the Laneway Project, who have been so diligently and amazingly continuing to support the work that she started to flourish. And we know that those colleagues also go beyond any of those organizations. I want to give a big thank you to Councillor Bravo and her team for moving this forward, and for the amazing work that is a collective effort in initiating and championing this laneway renaming in honor of Michelle Sanaya. And as was mentioned here, and I know that it's resonating deeply with all of us, a really beautiful and fitting recognition of Michelle's commitment to a city where we all belong and a Toronto that we're proud to call our own. This isn't something that I think I've shared before, but Michelle and I met as teenagers at our suburban high school. And her focus and her curiosity, her intellect, her wit, and her generosity were qualities that I got to know as we became friends in those very formative years, as you can imagine. And seeing how she continued to take all of that and put it towards making a difference in the world as I followed her incredible trajectory and stayed connected with her through our dear and mutual friends, one of them who's here today, Brielle Farouk. It was really special. And, you know, there are some people who you meet in life very early on, and you know they're bound for extraordinary things that are going to make a difference and ripple through our communities, and I would say even through generations in ways that we can't even imagine. And she is definitely one of them. I want to quote the resident who put forward this request and spoke so beautifully about Michelle's impact. Michelle was a passionate and innovative placemaker and city builder who saw the potential in all of Toronto's neglected spaces to contribute to the health and vibrancy of our communities, and I couldn't agree more. You heard in 2014, she founded the Laneway Project, a nonprofit social enterprise, and dedicated the rest of her working life to the integration of laneways into the public realm as complete shared public open spaces, things that we need more than ever, revolutionizing how laneways are thought about, planned for, and used in this city. And we are seeing the impact of this dedication. Thank you, Councillor Bradford, for really grounding that in the experience in your community and in the way that we as a city are approaching laneways for housing, for community building, for art and public activation. And it was through the Laneway Project that Michelle and I reconnected when I was first elected as a school board trustee in our shared efforts of equity, safety, and livability in the city that we love. At the last Light Up the Laneway event I attended before the pandemic, and Yvonne, I believe you were there as well. I was looking back at some of those photos. I had brought my little niece, who was so wonderfully impacted and delighted by that experience that she refused to wear anything else but her Laneway Project shirt for literal months after that. And it was that Michelle's enthusiasm, the joy that you mentioned, Meg, her ability to make policy real, felt, and relevant, and to dare us to catch the vision of what's possible when we hold responsibility for our city and each other and all the spaces we share. And that impact is unforgettable. And as has been shared through this effort, Michelle's heart and soul lives on in the potential of every laneway and every neighborhood in our city. And this one that we are moving forward and naming today, I know holds symbolic significance, and again will be a fitting honor of Michelle's legacy and an invitation to all of us who pass it and who know of its existence to build on her work for a city where no shared space is off bounds for improvement, for joy, for activation, for our shared use, and using that effort to build a Toronto that is truly for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Malik. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm absolutely delighted and I feel profoundly privileged to be able to move this staff recommendation. I want to thank my colleagues, Deputy Mayor Malik and Councillor Bradford, for their beautiful words. We're talking about Michelle Sanaya's impact far beyond one ward, felt throughout the entire city. And I think what is so touching for me is the care and love and attention to the least loved, most overlooked. And I think it is a laneway, and it is a street, the public realm. But that ethic of care, the least loved and most overlooked, is something that we can learn from in every aspect of the work that we do. Of course, I walk through that laneway all the time, and I can't think of or imagine a more fitting, a more wonderful tribute than this laneway naming. I want to thank Yvonne Bamrick from the Laneway Project and Meg Marshall here for the Bloordale BIA for standing here together and speaking to us about the importance of this. Residents in Davenport, residents of that Bloordale neighborhood, businesses in that Bloordale neighborhood, I look forward to convening, to holding that space as a place where we can continue to imagine and reimagine how we see what belongs to all of us in common. And that's why I think this work is so magical. We have to lift up, as Michelle believed, all boats. The rising tide lifts all boats is a beautiful sentiment that was expressed in the submission. I think that the rising tide for the least loved and most overlooked is the way to lead. And I think that this care and this love, this attention, this diligence, this tremendous vision show us how so many great ideas don't originate with government. They actually originate with people interacting with their communities, experiencing them with deep love, and so many beautiful words have already been said. I just want to let everyone that worked with, admired, followed, believed in, and loved Michelle, that we are sharing that love, that belief right now in this committee and in this city. This kind of impact is rare, and I want to thank Michelle's family and all of the supporters and the resident who approached us to make this happen. It's happened quickly, it has happened fittingly, and I'm really delighted to be able to be the counselor that says that the Michelle Sanaya lane is going to be in my ward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bravo. All those in favor of moving staff's recs? Opposed? Carried. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Very moving. Item TE 9.2, naming a public lane east of St. Paul Street, extending southerly of North Star Way. We do have one deputant on this item. Carolina Lemos, are you here? Okay. Carolina, you have 5 minutes to present.
Okay. All right. Unfortunately, my camera is working. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Toronto East York Community Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm here in support of the naming of this laneway. Mr. Brown was born in Virginia and knew no other life but that of a kept slave. In 1849, after losing his family to another plantation owner, he shipped himself in a wooden crate to the free state of Pennsylvania. This earned him the moniker of Henry Box Brown, and his story is legendary, and you can just Google his name. But what is not evident on the internet is that between 1887 and 1892, Mr. Brown lived in a row house on the east side of Bright Street between King and Queen Street East. This nomination is to commemorate Mr. Brown, his courage, and his many public performances that informed others on the evil of slavery. I want to take a moment to thank the following people who are an important part of this nomination. Adam Wynn, who initially brought to my attention the possibility of Mr. Brown living on Bright Street. Adam also connected me to Panchetta Barnett, and together the three of us conducted and shared initial research. I also have to thank Professor Martha Cutter of the University of Connecticut, who shared some of her research notes with us. A big thank you is extended to the residents and property owners along the east side of Bright Street and west side of St. Paul Street who supported the naming of this laneway. A special note of appreciation is extended to John Goodwin, a Bright Street resident, for his ongoing support and encouragement. I am grateful to Natasha Henry Dixon of the Ontario Black History Society for her letter of support to commemorate Henry Box Brown. Lastly, I want to thank Anna Michalik, City of Toronto Supervisor of Land and Property Surveys, for keeping me informed throughout the nomination process, and Committee Chair and Ward 13 Councillor Chris Moyes for helping to drive this nomination forward. Thank you for your time. And my apologies. I wanted to be there, but I'm just getting over a flu. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina, for your kind words. I've learned a lot through this process myself. So and thank you for being my teacher. Any questions to the deputants? Okay, seeing none. I am happy to and delighted to move this staff recommendation. Again, as I mentioned, thank you to you, Carolina. I mean, you've been incredible throughout this process, and to your team. All those in favor of staff's recs, all those opposed, carried. Thank you very much. Next item is T 9.3, naming of public lane north of Danforth Avenue, extending between Donlands Avenue and Caithness Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Do we have any speakers on this item?
Any speakers on this
Good morning,
item?
Chair.
Sorry, 1 second. Any speakers on this item? Seeing none, go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the recommendation to approve the name Chan Lane.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 9.4, 2760 Dundas Street West, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report for approval. We do have speakers on this item. First speaker is Kevin McCrow, WND Associates. Are you here, Kevin? Online?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to present to the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Kevin.
One moment,
McCrow.
Kevin. Hold 1 second.
I apologize for interrupting, but just it occurred to me, if we are going to lose quorum at lunch, perhaps we should have a shorter speaking period to make sure we deal with all the items.
We can do that.
No, we're not allowed to?
That's something you have to do before.
Okay, all right, sorry, thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. McCrow.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll try to keep this fairly short here, just in the interest of everyone's time and the final report in front of us. My name is Kevin McCrow. I'm a planner with W&D Associates, and we are the planning consultants retained by Sierra on this application. I just want to say thank you to Patrick Miller, Nathan Bortola, and I hope I'm getting his name right, and some of the other staff on this file. It's been great working with them to bring another mid-rise project to the Dundas West Junction neighborhood of the city. This is a 6-story building with 28 units, 70% of which are actually 2 and 3 bedrooms, so a substantial contribution to creating new family-sized and oriented housing in the city on a vacant site. And with respect to some of the other items on this agenda, and I'm sure some of the other deputations today, this is very much a project that's in keeping with the current study that staff are doing for mid-rise buildings up to 6 stories and 30 units on neighborhoods. Now, we're in mixed-use areas here, and we're in a bit of a different context, but again, this design that our architect Gabriel Fain came up with, I believe, is strongly connecting this project to that junction area's architecture and existing context and some of the other mid-rises that are proposed in this area. I think I'll leave it at that. We've got a final report. We concur with the conditions and we look forward to working with staff at site plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicants? Seeing none. Next is Kevin Cowie. Are you here? Okay. You have 5 minutes to present. Are you speaking together, Jeff and Kevin? Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Very brief, we just wanted to thank everybody, all city staff for working with us on this application. I should have said we're actually the landowners, and yeah, it's been a pleasure working with everybody, and we look forward to taking this through our site plan process and getting this built. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicants? Seeing none, thank you. Councillor Perks, this is your item, right?
Wake up.
Yeah, so I'll just move the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor, staff's recs? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item T, 9.5, 43 Keel Street and 48 to 50 Heinzman Street, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report approval. We do have a few, actually this, item number 5, the speaker for this item withdrew. Okay. Is anybody else here want to speak to this item in the room? Seeing none. Councillor Perks?
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 9.6, 209 Mavetti Street, zoning bylaw amendment application decision approval. Report for approval. We do have 3 speakers on this item. Tariq Asmi, are you here?
Good morning.
And who's with you?
With me is Melanie Hare.
Okay, you're speaking together? Great.
Yes, we are. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Tariq Asmi. I'm the CEO of West Toronto Community Health Services, which includes the Four Villages Community Health Centre. I've been with the centre for over a decade. We are here today for Communities Council's approval per our submitted zoning bylaw amendment for a technical zoning bylaw amendment to permit the use of a community health center at 209 Maverity Avenue in the Junction. The current bylaw permits a range of uses, including a community center, but not a community health center. We have been working on this project with the city for the past 7 years. We've secured City Council resolutions earmarking the property for West Toronto Community Health Services and the Four Villages Community Health Centre on 2 occasions. The most recent adoption by City Council was in June 8th, 2021, which confirmed the awarding of the surplus former police station excuse me, to the Four Villages Community Health Centre to convert the site to a community health centre. Thank you, everyone, for this. Since that time, we've worked with the city and have signed a 20-year lease, which came into effect earlier this year on April 21st, 2023. We have also fully secured $18.6 million in capital redevelopment funding from the Ontario Ministry of Health. The provincial funding will redevelop the centre, and this is strictly an interior retrofit and internal renovations. There will be no changes to the building footprint or exterior, and we will be fully compliant with AODA. We also have full annual operating funding from the Ontario Ministry of Health to provide services at the centre as soon as we can open it. This funding is in perpetuity. We look forward to starting construction in May 2024 and plan to open the Community Health Centre in May 2026. Approving this zoning bylaw amendment would allow us to repurpose a building that served the community in one way and now can serve the community in a new way. that will improve the population health of the community by focusing on the primary healthcare needs of all residents in the community while targeting those who are most vulnerable. Our center will operate Monday to Friday from 8 to 8. We'll offer a full range of interprofessional primary healthcare services coupled with health promotion programs targeting key social determinants of health, such as food security and nutrition, physical rehabilitation and activation, maternal and newborn health, mental health and wellness. Our goal at West Toronto Community Health Services and the Four Villages Community Health Center is to keep our clients physically and mentally healthy, living at home in the community. Thank you for the collaboration of the city and efforts of the city staff, and thank you to Councillor Gord Perks, with whom we have been working together on many, many years to deliver this project. West Toronto Community Health Services is fully committed to delivering this important community health center, and we appreciate the city's ongoing partnership in making this happen. We look forward to your favorable consideration and approval of this much-needed project by approving the zoning bylaw amendment application. We are pleased to be at the point of finally translating our vision into action. Thank you for your time and attention. We'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputants? Okay, seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Councillor Perks?
I'll move the staff recommendations with enthusiasm.
All those in
This is my enthusiastic face.
I must capture that for next time. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is T's 9.7, 150 Sterling Road, Block 3B of 158 Sterling Road, zoning bylaw amendment application, removal of the holding symbol H for approval, and that is Councillor Bravo. That's you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Yeah, keep forgetting that. Are there any speakers this item? There's no one registered here, but is there anyone in the room wanting to speak? Okay, seeing none. So we'll move staff's recommendations as per Councillor Bravo. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Items TE 9.8, 8 to 18, Camden Street, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report for approval. We do have some speakers on this item. Neil Choshin, are you here? Is there Neil Choshin here? Nope. Lee Plazanet. Okay. You have 5 minutes to depute to the committee. You may start.
Hi everyone, my name is Léa Plazanet. Thank you for having me today. So we have a project on construction on 8th of Camden Street, and I live on 435 Richmond Street, so it's just like a few meters away. And I'm here so thank you again for letting me to have the opportunity to talk about it, because like I'm against this project construction. First of all, we did not receive any communication about this project, even though like we are literally a few meters away. And like, so a lot of us like had to learn it because like we were talking between neighbors and everything, and that's not normal to have not proper communication about it. Then we will have an issue because like our building is facing south, and this project construction will be like in front of it, and so there will be like half of the building without light forever, I guess. Also, like there will be like noise pollution and air quality and dust like during the construction that could be very like damageable for our mental health and also for our physical health. Also, a lot of people are working from home in this building, and like with all this noise and everything, like it will not really be convenient and everything. And finally, also like right now, this seat is a parking lot, and it's always full. We have the waterworks fall hall opening soon nearby, and there will be like a lot of people coming to this hall, and this parking lot will be very useful for our community. So yeah, I think that's it, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Any questions for deputants? See none. Thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Jian Wang Hong? He's online? Okay. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee. Go ahead, Mr. Hong. He's not here? Can you come off mute, please, Mr. Hong? Okay, well, we'll move on until he figures it out.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead. You have 5 minutes. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Perfect. So yeah, sorry about the technical difficulties. Thank you, Council. I won't take up more than a couple minutes of your time. I'm Neil Chohan, and I've been a resident of the neighborhood in question for just over 2 years now. During the time I've been here, I've had the pleasure to see it grow quite a lot. Right now, it's bustling with small businesses, dog parks, and in 2024, we'll have over 33 new restaurants opening up mere feet away from the parking lot in question at the aforementioned Waterworks Food Hall. The neighborhood's perfect, but as is the case with a lot of parts in the city, parking space is at a premium, split between a couple small lots nearby that are often pretty full. With so many people visiting the area, a lot of them currently rely on this parking lot between 8th and 18 Camden in order to visit. Personally, I think a condo taking up that space would make it extremely difficult for people to find a spot to park, especially with all the upcoming development we have planned in the coming year. Another factor to take into account is that it'll completely dwarf 435 Richmond Street condos, which is right next door, blocking all 16 stories on the south side from light once it's built, due to the very thin alleyway being the only space between the two. I've had a chance to look at the proposed condo development illustrations, and to keep it frank, I don't believe there's enough space between the two buildings. Of course, this is just my 2 cents as a resident of the area, but I'm also aware of a petition with a couple dozen signatures and growing opposing this construction from local residents. I love the idea of our city and our neighborhood growing, but as someone who has been here for quite a few years already, I don't think this is the best location to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for deputing. Any questions for the deputants? See none. Thank you, Mr. Hong. Eileen Costello, are you here? Okay, you have 5 minutes to present to the committee. And who are you with?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm here with Ms. Courtney Heron-Monk, who's the next deputant on your list. She's the land use planner for the project. So we thought we'd come up together and save a bit of time.
Okay, wonderful. Go ahead.
Thank you very much,
Appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you and to members of the committee. My name is Eileen Costello. I'm a solicitor at Aird Burles, and I'm very pleased to be here representing the proponent in this matter. I first off wanted to thank city staff for their positive recommendation report, and wanted to thank Ms. Cho and Ms. Bowman for their work with our client and their consultant team. I wanted to just very quickly address the 2 comments that we did hear from some of the neighbors. First of all, I actually think this is exactly appropriate, and I think this is exactly what we should be doing, which is taking a vacant parking lot and infilling it, with residential units. And so that's my response to that suggestion. As it relates to the separation distance to the property at 435, your staff have addressed this specifically in their staff report, noting that the 5.6 meter separation distance is appropriate and that the built form matches what is occurring to the north. There's been a suggestion that there hasn't been sufficient community consultation. There was a community consultation meeting held in accordance with the city's standard practice in September of this year, and we've received those comments residents and had a number of people at that community meeting. There is also correspondence on file from the neighboring property on Spadina Avenue at 126 to 140 Spadina Avenue, and there's correspondence from Mr. Hoffman at Goodman's from his client. I've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Hoffman late last evening and have updated the councillor and Ms. Bowman on our conversations. His client has asked for an opportunity to meet with staff and with us, and has requested that this matter proceed without a recommendation to the December meeting of council. That allows us 2.5 weeks or so to meet with the property owner on Spadina and have a conversation about their concerns, which relate primarily to issues of separation distance and the operation of our parking elevator. So I'm pleased to advise that we're content to move that and to agree to have the matter proceed without a recommendation to allow us that opportunity. And we look forward to working with Ms. Bowman and Ms. Chow to address those issues. Courtney, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Nothing to add. Just want to thank staff for their collaborative efforts on this file to date. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputies? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for coming in. Is Zhang Wang Hong here? Okay, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, this is yours, right?
Yep. Thank you very much. I have a few questions for staff. So my first question is that it's just my understanding that this is the first zoning amendment application in the South District that has been reviewed under the new Provincial Bill 109. Can you explain how that has changed the process of this development application and how much time you've been able to spend reviewing this file?
Thank you. Through the chair. So yes, Councillor, this is one of our first applications that was submitted subsequent to July 1st with the enactment of the new Bill 109 regulations, where the province is requiring us to adjudicate zoning applications within 90 days of approval. So this application was submitted on July 21st of this year, and we have not hit the 90 days, but we're aiming to get a council decision before 150 days.
And can you explain to us what happens at 150 days?
So following that point, after 90 days, an applicant is eligible for a 50% refund. Following the 150 days, they're eligible for a further refund on their application fees.
Thank you very much. Can understand those tighter timelines and the impact that they have on the review. During this period, we've heard concerns also about traffic impacts in the private laneway to the east. What measures are in place to address this issue as this application moves forward?
Through the chair. So this building has 191 units and 22 parking spaces. So we feel that the parking allocation was appropriate to not encourage more vehicular traffic in the area. In addition, this is a private laneway to the east of the site, which they were intending to use for access for loading and vehicular circulation. We were very keen on instructing the applicant to liaise with other users of that laneway, particularly the building on Spadina to the east of the site. And we have put a hold in place on the proposed zoning bylaw to ensure that any reciprocal agreements for access are in place prior to the lifting of the hold.
And do you want to?
So yeah, I would like to refer this to council.
Okay, all those in favor of referring to council? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. One moment. Where's staff? Yeah, I know. Just give me a second. Can the committee indulge Councillor Fletcher for a moment? There's the 3 items that she has on here that has no speakers, and they should be quick. Is that okay? So item TE 9.20, 184 Chatham Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment. Any speakers on this item? Seeing none. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. And I have submitted a motion on construction management and permit parking that the clerk has, and with that, I would move.
Okay, staff's just
Yes,
going to
item.
pull that up. Thank you. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Carried. Item, that's carried.
As amended?
Item as amended, all those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Carried. That's carried. He looked at me first. I know. T 9.21, 1233 to 1243 Queen Street East and 77 Leslie Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. There are no speakers to this item. Anyone in the room wants to speak to this item? Seeing none, Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, Chair. The same motion with the construction management and the permit parking, which the clerk has as an amendment, and then move the main motion, please.
Okay, all those in favor of this item? All those opposed? Carried. All those in favor of the item as amended? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I think there's one more. Was it? What number?
27, I believe.
27.
27. T 9.27, 685 Lakeshore Boulevard East, application for zoning bylaw amendment and site plan control. Any speakers here in the room? Seeing none, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I do have the same motion, please. And also would advise that Housing Secretariat has let me know that the affordable housing target will be between 49 and 62 units, should they have done so on the site.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Carried. All those in favor of as amended? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I do number 30 as well, which is just the heritage?
Yes.
And I'll send that without recommendations too, please. Thank you so much.
Okay. T 9.30, 415 Broadview Avenue, alterations to the demolition of heritage attributes of designated property.
Just check to see if there's any speakers.
Any speakers on this item in the room? Seeing none. All those in favor of, what was the?
Send it forward without recommendation.
Moving forward to a recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Thank you to the committee.
Thank you very, very much, Chair and members. Thank you.
Okay. Back to 9. Where was I at? 9.9, I believe, right? 317 Dundas Street West, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report. We do have speakers on this item. Sita Ramkalawasinghe. Ramkalawasinghe.
Cedar Ramkalawansing.
Okay, Ramkalawasinghe. Okay, yeah, okay. I do try. You have 5 minutes. Councilor
Don't
Sita.
hold that against me.
You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Is this working?
Yeah,
Oh, we just turn it on. AB will help you.
yeah, our tech.
Pardon? Okay. So, good morning, everybody, and I'm glad we're doing this before noon. And I want to thank you for your time today and the opportunity. I'm here on behalf of the Grange Community Association. And I want to say that we have no problems with this current proposal. In fact, we had numerous meetings with the AGO about it, and I believe our concerns have been addressed. However, we do have issues going forward. And if you would just forgive me in terms of giving you a little bit of a history lesson. How does this thing work? Is it on? Ah, okay. can stop my time. Pardon me? Okay. So this is our concern. This is a map, no, don't
Okay, so Tally,
zoom it in.
zooming in, okay,
Great, thank you so much.
okay.
You can turn my time back on now. This is a map from 1978, and you can see that the entire site of where the AGO was Zone G for parkland. And that's part of our concern. And then in 1988, which was one of the zoning applications brought forward, we said to the gallery, instead of eliminating this little corner there of green space, you should be building in the loading dock, which is where they're proposing to build now, 35 years later. So our concern on a go-forward basis is, are we gonna have the gallery back here in a few years' time? In 1988, Council also moved a resolution asking for a cap on the expansion, and even the OMB, because this was at the OMB, commented on this, saying that the GFA that was approved effectively placed a cap on the expansion. So our concerns are, what's going to happen in the future? We know that you can't prevent developers from coming forward and asking for stuff in the future, but we would like a commitment from this community council and from the gallery that we're not going to have any more of this. I have a binder here of zoning applications from 1971, 74, 88, and 2005. And as you can see, we are, a little bit concerned about what's going to happen in the future. Not only is the main site an issue, but the gallery has recently acquired 3 properties on the north side, which used to be part of the Heritage Area Grange Galleries and Councillor Sachs. This is in your area. So our other concern is the heritage protection for the entire strip on the north side of Dundas Street, because everything up to McCall Street, east along Dundas, we're now going to have 20, 30, 50-story buildings. So this strip is very important. So there are 2 things I'm going to ask you today, is to somehow signal your intention about no further expansions on this site, and secondly, that some protection be provided for the buildings on the north side of Dundas Street, because they are of significant heritage attributes. So those are my comments, and I thank you for your time, and yes to what the gallery is asking for today, even though it was what we said they should be doing 35 years ago. Thank you very much. Those are my comments.
Thank you for coming in. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Benjamin Hoff, you have 5 minutes to present to the committee. Go ahead.
I'm a planner and a partner with a firm called Urban Strategies, and we're the applicants on behalf of the Art Gallery of Ontario. I'm really excited to be here to support the positive staff report recommending approval of this major addition. It's the result of a culmination of a long process to create new gallery space, and is the first large expansion since the Gary addition 15 years ago. And it brought forward by a great design team, including Saldorf Architects, Diamond Schmidt Architects, and Two Row Architects, and informed by engagement, as CETA has indicated, and appreciate CETA's continued commitment to working with the AGO and the Grange Community Associations. This project is complex. It's perched above the AGO's existing loading area. I think maybe the Grange Community Association was insightful 35 years ago in terms of determining this as a development site. I think the AGO is acting on it now. It connects the existing Gary building and is sensitively located within the Grange Park setting, including heritage responsiveness. While the project is a small addition, relative to the overall scale of the AGO, its sole focus is on gallery space, and so it will deliver a 30% increase in gallery space for the AGO, including 13 new galleries across 5 floors. It's designed to Passive House standards and set to achieve a zero carbon building certification. So, and within the building, the gallery spaces will support the AGO's focus on more diverse and inclusive art and will integrate Indigenous design themes into the addition. With respect to the continued growth of the AGO, this is one of several additions that have supported the AGO's continued growth and evolution over the past 120 years as a thriving institution that's really important to the downtown. The first edition was actually I believe in 1926, and has continued on as the AGO has grown in its location. In this project, the 2008 Gary expansion and the AGO's investments and ongoing support for the maintenance of Grange Park on the AGO's lands. The AGO has demonstrated a commitment to advancing projects in a manner that is both sensitive to the community, but also incorporates community engagement right from the start, early and often in the process. And the sensitive nature of this infill project reflects that. So I just want to wrap this up by expressing appreciation for the efforts made by staff and in very efficiently advancing this application. It was submitted in early spring of 2023 and already here before council. So excited for that, and including excited for swift finalization of the site plan approval process so that construction can begin in early 2024. And so want to communicate the AGO's support for the staff recommendations, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hoff. Any questions for deputants? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Sita and to Benjamin for being here today and speaking to us. This proposal will be expanding space in a very important and valuable institution for the city as well as for the province. The Art Gallery of Ontario provides our community with artistic experiences, promotes creativity and community engagement in our city, which I know many of us have experienced and that we also heard today. I do want to thank our community planner, Eileen Kang, for her work on this application in the AGO, Urban Strategies for their collaborative work with city staff, and for their engagement with the Grange Community Association, but most of all for the leadership that the Grange Community Association has shown, not just on this project, but over many decades in terms of ensuring that the best interests of the community and the city and the way that we're growing is at the heart of their advocacy and their leadership in the neighborhood. And that has allowed us to be moving forward with this in a way that this new addition can best fit into the neighborhood, one that is deeply linked to, again, the leadership of the Grange Community Association, Grange Park, a really precious part of our city and our downtown, and as the AGO is growing with this particular project, that it is linking historically, visually, physically, and functionally with the neighborhood. The engagement throughout this process, and I do want to emphasize this strongly, did highlight the incredible need for care with future growth as the many expansions that the AGO and the building has gone through over the years do affect the neighbors, do affect the parkland that is so precious in the area, and do affect the neighbors around the AGO beyond just residents. My commitment is to work closely with neighbors, with the Grange Community Association, and with the leadership at the AGO to respect the concerns and the livability of our neighborhood as we move forward with this project and as we look closely with what is anticipated with growth in the neighborhood and the needs in the area. And I take the concerns that have been raised and the approach very seriously. I thank everyone for continuing to be at the table when it comes to the ambitions around the AGO and around what we need in our downtown communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik. You move to this item?
Yes, and I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item is item T 9.10, 600 King Street West zoning bylaw amendment application. It's for approval. We did have a deputant, but they withdrew. Any other deputants in the room? Nope. Okay. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move this. I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is T 9.11, 19 to 21 Ossington Avenue and 19 Rebecca Street zoning bylaw amendment application. Any deputants in the room? Seeing none. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. This item is your conflict of interest item. You want to step out? Okay. TE 9.12, 822 to 838 Richmond Street West, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. Councillor Perks.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to be moving the staff recommendations on this. I just wanted to know.
Sorry, my apologies. We have
deputants?
deputants and 12. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Saw the excitement.
Well, I got ahead of myself too. So
Serban Belenchi, are you here? Serban Belenchi. Okay. Christine Lehether? Thank you for coming in today. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee. You may begin.
Can I first ask a procedural question?
Pardon me?
Can I ask first a procedural question?
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Belinsky cannot be here because an important work meeting has run later than he thought, and I was wondering if he's still not in after I'm finished with my presentation, I can give his presentation too.
Do you have a written copy of his presentation?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. You only allowed 5 minutes, but we're happy to.
Okay.
You can
I'll
submit
see how far I get.
his written submission. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The planned development will have major impact on residents in surrounding buildings, including the condo building in which I live. The proposal in its current form is unacceptable. My objections refer to height, traffic, noise, shadow, and site contamination. I will focus here on height and traffic. So first, height. The projected height exceeds the height permitted by bylaw 43886. Bylaws are there for a reason, and they are one of the few tools that the city has in the toolbox to do urban planning and thereby improve citizens' life quality. The building is planned to be higher than the buildings in its urban context. If the project goes forward as planned, it will not only change the character of the neighborhood, but it will have great negative impact on the life quality of residents in surrounding residential buildings. This is particularly true in terms of access to light and air. The sun shadow analysis accompanying letter for this project admits, and I quote, "This is a block that already has a very tight fabric with limited sun penetration to the public laneway at its center." I repeat, limited sun penetration. If even the experts doing the sun shadow analysis admit that little light arrives at the lower floors of the surrounding buildings, how can we claim that this project follows policy guidelines? One of the key policy directions expressed in the PPS is to build strong communities. In particular, policies 111A and B provide that healthy, livable and safe communities are to be sustained. It is clear that the planned development would increase both shadow and light pollution in ways which have a very negative impact on both physical and mental health. It is urgent not to approve this amendment and instead to decrease the proposed building height. I come to my second point, traffic. There's much to say here, but I want only to raise the absolute, outrageous and unacceptable plan to provide parking for the new building in parking stackers. Parking stackers. I could not believe when I saw the proposal. The laneway to the north of the site is already too crowded and noisy as it is. Noise and car exhaust from personal vehicles, delivery trucks and garbage trucks will greatly increase and impact neighbors. Particularly affected are those neighbors living in the lower floors of the residential buildings to the west of the site, who will basically live in a dark, noisy and polluted gorge surrounded by walls with little view of the sky. And now on top of this, parking stackers. With parking for more than 50% of the planned units provided in the stackers, constant traffic and noisy storage of the cars is foreseeable. As the proposal acknowledges, this site is excellently connected in terms of public transport, bike and pedestrian pathways. And as I can attest from 15 years of living downtown Toronto, for the average person, there is no need for a personal vehicle in this city. If the city is serious in its declared plan to provide for a reduction of the city's environmental footprint, it is not at all clear why parking is planned for this overcrowded site. I urge you to remove the stacked parking from this proposal and help the city to reach its environmental goals. I urge you, as our elected representatives, not to approve the amendment and not to approve the project in its current form. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Next is Eileen.
I will use the last minute, which I have here, to speak at the point which Mr. Belinsky wanted to raise, as you allowed me.
Okay, go ahead.
So there are major concerns, and here Mr. Belinsky has written a whole page. As I cannot read the whole page, I will focus on one paragraph. I want to emphasize the assessment lists a small number of substances. This is the environmental assessment with the proposal. The concentration that a regulator will label as above safe limits, which several of those have, are usually larger than the true safe limits for long-term exposure. Even under these circumstances, the findings look mighty scary. If the council members will look, please, at table 3 in the phase 2 environmental site assessment, this is page 23 and 24 of the document of the January 5th version, it will become clear that what would confined under the proposed development site there could be easily described as toxic sludge. I see my 5 minutes are over. I please ask you to consider these points.
Thank you for coming in today. Eileen P.K. Costello, are you here? You have 5 minutes to present to the committee. And who's with you?
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman. With me is Ms. Kelly Graham from SVN Planners and Architects. She's the planning consultant on the file. We're going to combine our time, sir, to move things along for you today.
That's what I'd like to hear. Go ahead.
While Ms. Graham, fast is good. While Ms. Graham is setting up, just quickly by way of introduction, we're counsel to 822 to 838 Richmond, otherwise known as Hallmark, and I'm very pleased and privileged to be here today in support of the application. I wanted to acknowledge that our client has been working with city staff since 2021 when it acquired the site, working through a series of pre-application meetings before even filing its application. And I think the result of that is shown in the positive staff report, which is here today. And I wanted to thank city staff on behalf of our client and the consultant team for that collaborative approach. I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Graham, who's going to go through a very quick, short presentation just to respond to some of the comments that we heard this morning, and then we're here for any questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Eileen. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of Community Council. My name is Kelly. I'm a planner with SVN Architects and Planners. And this is a proposal for a well-designed and livable, low-scaled intensification project on a highly constrained site in a popular area of the city. So we've been working closely with Hallmark and with members of the community and Councillor Parks to address many of the concerns brought forward by the community, and I'll try to go through those quickly here. So I bumped this up to the beginning of my presentation. This is the trip generation diagram prepared by BA Group. In response to the previous speaker, the traffic analysis shows that there are a total of 7 trips generated, two-way trips, that's morning and evening peak hours in and out of the site. So that's on the laneway itself, and most of those trips will be going in and out from Walnut Avenue, which is the closest street to go either north or, actually I think it's just north and up to Queen. Many of you are familiar with this area, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Just out the Trinity Bellwoods Park, the area has a mix of residential, commercial, and industrial uses, which are recognized and supported by the planning policy framework of the Garrison Common North Secondary Plan. Taller buildings are generally found in the block between Queen and Richmond, with the height peak of the Achilles property that's at 798 Richmond Street West at 13 stories. The development site is identified on this slide in orange. The brick warehouse building on the corner of Richmond and Walnut is legally part of this property, so the address 822 Richmond has been included. However, no changes are proposed for this site. This slide just makes that a bit more clear in plan view. Some views of the site. Again, I'm not going to stay here too long. I'm sure folks are familiar. Wanted to bring this forward to give some idea of what is sort of as of right and also approved in terms of the building envelope and height. So the green line that you see here is the as of right in the zoning bylaw at 18 meters. There was an approval in 2018. A previous applicant and owner brought forward the site for a 5-story commercial building that was measured at approximately 19 meters in height. So that's the red line that you see here. This slide is the same, just from the western view. This slide summarizes the revisions that Hallmark has made in response to comments that we got from planning staff as well as from members of the community, and is the basis of the amendments before you today. So in order to bring the street wall in line with the adjacent building at 850 Richmond Street West, the building provides a step back at 2.5 meters above the 4th floor. That's on Richmond. We heard from local residents, as you heard here today, that the public laneway at the rear can be difficult to navigate. The original proposal included a laneway widening of 1.2 meters to increase the width of the public lane, and the revised proposal provides an additional 1.3 meters in setback to the building face, which creates a total of 2.5 meters of new navigable space in this laneway, which was already in a substandard condition. In response to concerns from residents at 850 Richmond Street West, which is just 2 properties over, the inset windows on the west facade have been set back 5.5 meters from the lot line. Here's a view of the massing from the west. This is a rendering of the proposal viewed from the southwest corner of Richmond and Walnut. As you can see, the scale of the proposal along Richmond is aligned with its neighbors, with the taller portion pushed back so that it is less prominent when viewed from the street. This slide just summarizes many of those separation distances as well as the heights. The most important thing to note here is the total window-to-window separation between the proposal and the windows, the east-facing windows on 850 Richmond Street West is nearly 15 meters. For reference, that's approximately the length of 1.5 school buses. So in our opinion, that's adequate to provide privacy for both residents of both buildings. Just a view down the laneway. And shadows, which we heard from one of the previous speakers. We've modeled here in pink the as of right shadow, or actually rather that is the shadow from the approved 5-story commercial building that would otherwise have been permitted on this site. The orange, which is just a little bit that you can see here, is the incremental shadow created by this proposal. And as you can see, most importantly, the shadows move off of the adjacent building by 10 a.m. That's all for me today, so thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions for deputants? Seeing none, thank you. We do have one additional speaker who signed up just a few minutes ago online, Betty Fiera. Ferreria? Ferrari. Okay. That's Portuguese, isn't it? Yes. Are you with us? Okay. And I was told you have laryngitis, so your husband may speak on your behalf, something like that?
Good morning. Yes, my name is Betty Days. I'll be speaking on Betty's behalf.
Okay, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing us to contribute today. My wife and I own a townhouse at 850 Richmond Street West, the residential building to the west of the subject property, and have lived here for 7 years. I have one point that I would like addressed, and that is the means by which this application has received staff approval to build an 8-story residence on a residential side street, but by using a zoning designation of mixed use when the building that has been proposed for development, the only new building on these parcels, is set to be completely residential. The proposed application calls for the existing neighborhood zoning to be replaced to allow for mixed-use zoning. This change in zoning would permit the building to be 8 stories instead of 5 stories permitted in communities designated as neighborhoods. The problem is the application covers 2 parcels of land, but the application will only affect 1 parcel of land. The parcel of land that will be affected is not intended to be mixed use. This is evidenced by the various applications and redrafts made by the developer. In fact, the developer has even stated their interest to sever the 2 parcels in the future. The current warehouse property at 822 Richmond will be unaffected by the development and therefore does not require a change in zoning designation and should not be included in this application. The proposed development is situated on what I have referred to as the affected parcels at 828 and 832 to 838 Richmond Street West. This is the proposed development that will be new and altered in this application. The property on the affected parcels, the only new building that will be developed, is not going to be mixed use as the earlier deputation by Hallmark demonstrated. So how can the City of Toronto approve the change in zoning from neighborhood to a mixed use zoning designation? The application refers only to a new development that will be completely residential. There are numerous graphic representations of the proposed new building that do not include mixed use, only residential units, those found in neighborhoods. This application does not pass the sniff test. The proposed building, the actual building that will be developed, is 100% residential, strictly homes for people to reside in. I urge the City of Toronto to review the application once again and require that the drawings be revised to allow for 5 stories of residences and maintain the neighborhood zoning designation, and to separate the 2 parcels of land in this application as it appears the property at 822 Richmond Street West has been included in this zoning application to provide a potential loophole to allow for the construction of an 8-story building in a neighborhood. This is wrong. The property proposed for development is not mixed use and therefore should not be rezoned. As a resident of Toronto and Ontario, I am dismayed that changing zoning in ways that are not accurate is being used. We know that the city and province need more housing, but surely using rezoning in this way isn't the right way to achieve the objective. Please do the right thing. The proposed development is not mixed use, it's residential, and so the zoning should remain as a neighborhood designation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Be well. Take care of yourself and your voice. Councillor Perks. So there's not a speaker? It's not on my list.
No, I don't have it.
Second. Are there any other speakers in the room on this item? Okay, we have a Dirk Batch also online. Who wants to speak to this item? Is that correct? Okay, let's hear from Dirk. Are you here, Dirk?
I am here, but lying in bed medicated for COVID, so I'm not prepared to speak. I just want to listen in on the proceedings.
Okay, so you don't want to speak. Okay, thank you. Get well soon. Councillor Perks?
Thank you. So I am going to be moving the staff recommendations on this site. And just as a note to members, this site is not in Ward 4. It's actually in Ward 10. But Councillor Malik, or Deputy Mayor Malik, has declared an interest on it because she lives in proximity to the site. So this is, there are some good lessons from this site. The first lesson is that infill development in older neighborhoods is always tricky. We're not stamping out widgets here. We're fitting unique buildings next to unique buildings in unique circumstances. There are no two sites in this neighborhood with exactly the same planning circumstances. Everything here is its own one-off. And that was a lot of hard work. The second lesson is that despite claims by the province of Ontario, taking time and having conversation means better development. And on this site, I particularly want to acknowledge the Trinity Niagara Residents Association, planning staff and urban design staff on the site, and the applicant. We started out a working group process. Remember when we used to have time to do working groups? And worked through, I think it was a list of 12 items, 12 very complicated, fine-grained screwdriver items. And we're able to get to a place where by the end of the process, all three parties, the applicant, the city, and the Residents Association, felt like we had got to yes, and felt like we had a much better project than we started with. Yes, it's a rezoning, and the zoning on the site changes. If you're not changing the zoning and you're completely in conformity with the bylaw, nothing comes to council. That's called as of right. You just go get a building permit. There's no public conversation. So the process worked here. City staff showed that when we give them the time and support, they can manage a process between an applicant and a community to get to yes and make a building a true improvement on the existing condition in the neighborhood. So I wish the Premier would listen and learn on sites like these. It's worth taking time and having conversation. And thanks to everybody who was involved.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Perks. All in favor? So yeah, that's right, sorry. You told me that twice already and I still forgot. A recorded vote on this item.
All those in favor? Councillor Moyes, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Perks. Councillor Fletcher, are you in favor, or? Councillor Fletcher? How do you vote?
She's there. Councilor Fletcher?
How do you vote?
It's a recorded vote. We need your vote.
Councillor Sachs is in favor. Councillor Fletcher, we need your vote, please, otherwise you'll be voted in the negative or shown in the negative. Her thing is on, so.
It's okay, I got her there.
Councillor Matlow, you're in favor? Thank you.
Councilor Fletcher, can you hear us? She can hear us, but we cannot hear her. We still can't hear you. Your volume is.
Okay, how about now?
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay.
We're in the middle of the vote on item TE 9.12. How
Yes.
do you vote, in favor or against?
In favor.
Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we can call back Deputy Malik back into the room if. The next item is TE 9.13, 1-7 Yonge Street, phases 2 and 3, official plan amendments and zoning amendment application. We do have deputies on this item. 13. We're not losing quorum, we're losing 3 councilors. we will still have quorum, but no one's allowed to leave. Yeah. But we'll probably break for lunch. How much items do we have? Do we have
We have an hour for lunch, but 11:30 or 12:30, 12:30, we have items.
Yeah, still a lot of items left, right?
We still have a few I can count.
Okay. Sorry. Simran Bhatti, are you here? Okay, you have 5 minutes to present to the committee. Go ahead.
Community Council. My name is Simran and I'm an urban planner with Bellsfields. We act on behalf of Pinnacle International as it relates to this site. And I'm joined here today by the Vice President of Pinnacle International, Mr. Anson Kwok. We're going to give a short deputation and we're here to answer any questions. But before that, we'd just like to start by thanking planning staff for all of their hard work on this application, particularly George Pentazis and Carly Bowman, who've been so fantastic to work with. We really appreciate their efforts and their dedication to community building. As well, my client would like to thank Deputy Mayor Malik for all of her hard work and her involvement and her office's involvement in the process, including attending the community consultation meeting and contributing to discussions regarding Section 37 contributions. One Yonge Street may sound familiar. It's been around for a long time and it's been the subject of a robust planning process, which started in 2012 and really culminated in 2016 when City Council endorsed a settlement offer for a mixed use and mixed income complete community on the site. The council endorsed and then later tribunal approved settlement established permissions for a 5-phase community with office space, retail space, hotel suites, a brand new community recreation center, and market and affordable residential buildings ranging in height from 22 stories to 95 stories. And at the time the project was approved and endorsed, that 95-story building became the tallest in Canada. So again, this is a 5-phase community. When phase 1, which is now completed, was built, it brought 500 market condominium units and 100 affordable rental units to the neighborhood, as well as the recently opened One Yonge Community Recreation Center, which was built by Pinnacle for the city as part of their Section 37 contributions. We're here today to talk about phases 2 and 3, where the existing approval provides for a 95-story and an 80-story mixed-use building. The requested applications seek to insert an additional 10 typical floors to phase 2, bringing its height from 95 to 105 stories, an additional 12 typical floors to phase 3, which would bring its height from 80 to 92 stories. Those additional floors would be inserted in the upper middle portion of both floor plates, both tower envelopes, and the rest of the design and program of both buildings above and below would remain the same. In our mind, the approval of the additional floors would reinforce the site's important position within Toronto's evolving skyline and structure, would obviously provide for a Section 37 top-up contribution, and would also respond to the need for more housing by providing an additional 171 market units and an additional 22 affordable units on these lands over and above the thousands that have already been approved. As noted in planning staff report, the impact of the additional height in terms of the city's skyline and urban structure, shadow impacts, wind impacts, all those important things have already been reviewed by city staff and deemed to be acceptable, as have the transportation and servicing impacts of the additional density. Furthermore, I'd like to emphasize that the additional height has also been supported by the Waterfront Toronto Design Review Panel. In my opinion, the requested amendments are quite technical and they're in keeping with the vision council previously endorsed for this site. All we're doing here is taking the tallest 2 buildings in this community and making them incrementally taller to really optimize market and affordable housing supply on this important site. I've reviewed staff's report and I support their recommendations, and we look forward to continuing to work with staff as we move through the process. Anson and I are here today. We'd be happy to answer any of your questions, and we know staff will be able to answer any that we can't. So we thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, thank you. Anson Kwok, are you here? Oh, you were together? Okay, wonderful, thank you. I love the efficiency. Councilor, Deputy Mayor Malik?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for staff. Thank you for the presentation. As we've heard and we're well aware, this development has a long history and the application is seeking additional height on top of previous zoning bylaw amendments. Can you please share a little bit more about what framework for community benefits applies in this case?
Chair, this is George Pantatis, Community Planning, and author of the report. Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. And the answer to that is it's because there's a Section 37 agreement on site that's existing, and this application amends the existing site-specific zoning bylaw. It's therefore within the Section 30 regime instead of a CBC regime, the community benefits charge. So, and this applies for any kind of site that has an existing site-specific zoning bylaw with also an existing Section 37 agreement on it. So in this case, because the applicant is amending the existing site-specific bylaw, they're also amending, there's also a negotiation that took place for additional community benefits as part of that discussion, which we've secured through the report and in the zoning bylaw as well.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Can you also outline how the affordable housing requirements for the site are increasing out of this additional approval?
Through the chair, so the existing Section 37 agreement does have provisions for affordable housing, and that is essentially 10% of the residential gross floor area for the development, so the entire site. In this case, we're getting about 17,000 square meters of residential gross floor area, so 10% of that is about 17,000 square meters devoted to affordable residential gross floor area, and then that translates to an additional 22 units of affordable housing. So it all fits in within the existing Section 37 agreement.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
And
I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
okay, I'll look. There's a motion? Is there a motion with this item? Okay. Must be your motion. Sorry, 1 second. Surprise, surprise. Okay, moving staff's rec?
Yes, I move staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Before moving on to item 9.14, I'd like to go back to the rundown items that were held, which, to be more specific, I held. Too many paper here. Which items did I held again? The items that I held from the rundown. Actually, it was 46, 47, and 48. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Do you want to add the new business items?
I will do that after. Okay. Items T E 9.46, 176 to 178 Front Street East and 33 Sherburne Street construction staging area. 26. I will move the amendment. It should be coming up. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Carried. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item T 9.47, 125 George Street, construction staging area. Item as I'll move the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Carried. As amended? Favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Items T 9.48, 60 Queen Street East, construction staging area. I'm going to move the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. As amended? Favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And Councillor Bradford does have a few items he'd like to add to the agenda. Do I do together or separately? Okay, it's going to come up on the screen.
Stop sign one.
Okay, all those in favor of adding this item, Councillor Bradford, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Next item. And 16. All those in favor of adding this item to the agenda? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay. With the committee's indulgence, I'd like to go to item TE 9.16. It's a quick item here. 90 to 94 Isabella Street, zoning bylaw amendment application. There's one deputant in this item.
Your schedule, we support the staff recommendation, and I want to thank Abraham, Alex in planning, Ren Chen, and in urban design, George in heritage planning in your office, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none. I will move staff's recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We'll go back to item TE 9.14. 98 to 100 Bond Street and 54 to 74 Dundas Street East, zoning bylaw amendment application. We do have speakers on this item. Gregoris Karakoulis. Are you here? Is online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to present to the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor. Dear Councillors, I'm speaking on behalf of St. George's Greek Orthodox community at Toronto at 115 Bond Street, a designated heritage building for the City of Toronto built in 1897. I would like to refer to our letter of October 16 to the Council, objective to 6 different aspects of the proposed urban design at 98-100 Bond Street, and update the Council on what transpired since the matter was deferred at the last Community Council meeting. After multiple follow-up emails from St. George's Church since October 19th, the developer agreed to a conference call to discuss the matter before today's meeting. It was a positive step for them to take the time to hear our concerns. Unfortunately, they offered no compromise or solution on any of the 6 urban design issues listed in our letter, and particularly on the issue of the development's lack of parking, and dismissed any effect the added density would have on vehicle parking in the area, or that it would negatively impact our parishioners' accessibility. We appreciate the fact that without prior notice, the developer came early on a Sunday morning to try and gauge the parking situation, but this was done before the majority of our parishioners showed up, which is after 10 a.m. St. George's has made efforts to make its building accessible. However, the proposed project, due to its impractical urban design aspects, conflicting with the character and history of the street, effectively undermines accessibility for the elderly and underprivileged parishioners for a long-standing historical site and community.
We understand the city may in general be allowing development of residential buildings with no parking, although there have been recent exceptions with developments in our neighborhood. However, in this case, this may cause severe negative ramifications on St. George community and its heritage building. We are hopeful that a further look at the issues raised with our input will better explain the issue of our church, and hence the reason for our request for a deferral to allow time to work with the developer to examine these issues. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for this deputant? Seeing none, thank you for deputing today. This item is my item. I'm going to move without recommendations to City Council. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item TE 1.5. Uh, 306 to 310 Gerard Street East official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. We do have speakers on this item. We have a lot of speakers on this item. The first person here is Brian Elder. Are you here? You want? Okay, you have 5 minutes to present to the committee.
But I don't know how to do that. I'll need some technical
Sorry, speak into the mic.
I have a photo to put up, but I need some technical help.
Okay, tech will come and help you.
Thank you. Hey, sorry. Do I just plug one of those in? Or? I don't think so.
Oh.
In the meantime, just to be clear, I'm a resident directly behind this project. My name is Brian Elder, and I own, along with my partner, 35A Spruce Street, which is a row of 6 townhouses, 35A to 35F Spruce Street. Thank you. And so we are directly on the north elevation of the project, bounded by what is going to be the loading dock of the property. And so, you know, to be clear, like, we're not against the project in principle. It's just that the massing and the size and the location of the most disruptive parts of running a facility like that are directly beside us. And so if you can imagine, my backyard is only 16 feet wide by maybe 16 feet. So smaller than the size of this. We're gonna have a 30-foot wall where Councillor Moses, and then we're gonna have a 24-foot wall where Councillor Sachs is. And so we're gonna have these huge walls behind us, and we have no sunlight. So based on, you know, that's our biggest concern is sunlight, obviously, but based on the sunlight studies, it shows as though we're really not gonna have any other than maybe on a second floor of our home. We were assured by the community during the community meetings that the back wall on the north portion of the project would only be 2 feet above our fence line. Based on the architectural drawings and 3D renderings that I've seen that are provided on the City of Toronto website, the wall is at least 10 feet higher than that. And so, you know, there's concern about that. All of the Spruce Lane townhouses are basically going to be looking at a brick wall, which, you know, so the thing that I find interesting is that there were advisory meetings after that we weren't involved with. And in one of the reports that's posted, it's in the What We've Heard report, phase 2 document. The people on that advisory committee specifically said, I can't imagine living in the townhouses behind that loading area that will be facing a 3-story wall. I can't imagine they'll be very happy either. And I mean, obviously, it's going to be a challenge. We're also located to the docks, the loading docks and the garbage bays, removing garbage from the residential tower. And for the size of this site and considering the diverse properties that are around it, it's really, it's questionable as to why they've located all of this disruptive stuff right next to the residential fabric that's existing. Obviously, the size of the building is tall for the neighborhood. Cabbagetown is a protected area, or always has been. A precedent's been set by the building that's directly next door, which is 8 stories. And I know that on the south side, there's going to be 10 stories. But it seems questionable that there's not like a reasonable grading between Gerrard Street to the Cabbagetown area. The other thing is that on Gerrard Street between Seaton's and Berkeley, it's been approved for the Georgian condos, which is only 8 stories. And that's a similar residential fabric. So I don't know. I know that part of the discussions have been to set back the wall by 1.5 meters that will allow our trees that we have in our backyard maybe a little more chance to live. And that's fine, but that's now opened up a whole concern with security. It will be public access behind the building that runs directly behind our backyards. And so in today's age with concerns about security and it's just concerning to us, obviously, that there's going to be this unmonitored space that people will have access to. I know that there's been a concession of putting the loading dock is going to be what we've been told is an inaccessible green roof. I would like some guarantee that that will be inaccessible because otherwise it makes it easy for people to jump off the roof and come into our backyards. Again, there's some strong concerns from myself, obviously. Just for perspective, my home is located, I've got the arrow right there. My home is located right beside the tallest part of the loading dock, and that is our backyard right there. And if we flip this slide, this is the area that we're talking about, this strip. It will receive no sunlight. And we have this laneway now that goes behind our yards and out this way that we have security concerns about, lighting pollution, everything that comes along with a public space that's just open to somebody to come along and find a space. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Riva White. Online. You have 5 minutes to depute to the committee. Go ahead.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a member of the project team, and there's several of us on the call listed as speakers. We would request that Philip Fearon speak first on behalf of the project team and share some relevant information about Yonge Street Mission. So if we could skip over Jonathan Tinney, who's a principal planner, I would be appreciated.
Okay, go ahead. Who's speaking? Jonathan? Are you? Philip?
No, sorry, Philip. Yes, thank you.
Are you here? Where's Philip? Okay. Are you online separately or in a conference room together?
We are online separately.
Okay, so can we connect Philip?
We're waiting for him to connect. We're there.
So. Okay. Philip, are you here? Okay, you may go ahead, Philip. Philip, are you with us? Okay, we can't get a hold of Philip.
I see Philip. I think he might be muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for this opportunity to move through this process. My name is Philip Fearon. I'm from Yonge Street Mission. the applicant or representing the applicant. I'm the Vice President of Operations at YSN, and I'm joined today by our project team that represent our architects, planners, and New Commons Development. And they are available to answer questions. Just a little bit of background on Yonge Street Mission. We've been around for over 127 years, focused to poverty alleviation in downtown Toronto. And we have a vision of ending chronic poverty within a generation and ending generational poverty that, of course, is not based entirely on us, of course, but through community development, networking, and collective impact. Our focus is particularly nuanced around poverty related to adults, youth, and families, and to support community groups as they convene towards moving forward projects that enhance the community. We currently operate 5 buildings in the downtown core, 1 on Spadina Avenue and 4 along Girard, one of which is a 280 Girard, which is a housing complex called Genesis Place, which has 26 units of transitional housing. In regards to the specific project at 306 to 310 Girard, which we refer to as Elevate by YSM, our proposal is to develop 190 units of market and affordable rental housing. We know, of course, that there is a crisis in housing within the GTA and beyond. And our focus is on making as many affordable units as possible across a spectrum of rent levels, with a key objective of providing larger family-sized units to address the significant local need YSM has come to understand through its many years of working with families needing support. One of the additional benefits to this is that YSM provides additional supports through all of our services for those who are in need. So beyond the housing, there's wraparound care for those who require it. As well, in the non-residential portion of this development, very much a focus on community development, convening community groups to help facilitate growth in the community. This project as well is spoken very much with the redevelopment that is happening across the street from us through Regent Park. And so we thank you to the council, to the staff, all the city and community, and Councillor Chris Moyes as well for the collaboration on this project. I am here along with the project team of Riva, Hadley, Nigel, Allison, Elchin. I think I just heard Jonathan might not be available, but we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Philip. Any questions for the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. So Riva, I guess you're not speaking. Jonathan, Tiny, and Philip Ferran, Philip just spoke. Jonathan not speaking, I'm assuming as well. Yeah, just I just need confirmation from Riva and then Jonathan. There's a number of people here. Haley, huh? Okay. Okay. Hadley Nels, New Commons Development. Nigel Ty, Diamond Schmidt Architect. Allison Modi, Diamond Schmidt Architect. Elsin Unal, Diamond Schmidt Architect. And these are all, I think, from the same organization. Any of them on the line?
The next one, Hadley, she's online. I don't know if you really understand her because they don't speak. She just said it.
Yeah, so. So Hadley's online?
Hi there, this is Hadley. The names, Chair, that you just listed are all part of the project team available here for questions. None of us have a specific presentation.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation. Olga Kobalansky, are you here in the room?
That's an error. That's an error. Jack Gwynn is speaking, not myself. And we called yesterday to confirm that he will be speaking. And you can do that now.
Sorry, Jack Jin?
Jack Gwynn.
Grin, sorry, okay. Okay, that's fine, but his name is here too, so you can come to, okay, so I'll remove Olga, and Jack, you can come and speak.
Before speaking, I just want to say that I'm walking in the original version of a petition.
To the mic, because there are
Sorry, I'm
people
sorry.
online as well. I need to hear you.
Before speaking, I would just like to say that I'm walking in the original petition of 43 signatures, which I'm supposed to give to the clerk. I know Mr. Chris Moyes is on the top of the list for attention. Maybe someone can clue me in later who I give that to. All right. The proposed YSM 10-story mixed-use building will include 5 loading docks and at least 100 underground parking spaces, which could be increased to 232 spaces and still be within city bylaw limits. YSM plans to have its parking spaces and its loading docks to be exclusively accessed via Ralston Avenue. YSM also proposes to create a pathway between Spruce Street and Gerrard Street East via Ralston Avenue. YSM's Ralston Avenue, Spruce Street, and Spruce Lane neighbors are extremely alarmed. Ralston Avenue is a small, truck-prohibited, quiet, bylaw-protected cul-de-sac heritage streetscape that has existed since at least 1910, until 1962 and 1963, when the City of Toronto expropriated the land due to serious safety issues. After the city's expropriation, the city erected a fence at the southern end of Ralston Avenue, which continues to be in place. The fence has been thoroughly effective in reducing the most concerning illegal behavior on Ralston Avenue. This is especially noted by decades-long residents who experience this behavior. Crime on this heritage avenue was rampant prior to the fence's installation. Opening Ralston to serve YSM's need for sole transportation to 5 loading docks and at least 100 underground parking spaces, and for pedestrian and other vehicular traffic such as motorcycles, bikes, e-scooters, e-bikes, would also mean vehicular and pedestrian traffic looking to bypass Parliament Street and the Gerrard Parliament traffic lights. Also increased noise, such as from truck engines, loitering 24/7, increased vehicle emissions, including diesel particulate matter. Our area is already at full capacity for permitted parking. YSM in previous meetings stated that all of the 6 residential permitted parking spaces on Ralston Avenue would be removed. These parking spaces are usually used by and paid for by residents of Ralston Avenue and Spruce Street. There are also residents who require nearby handicap parking. YSM will be providing at least 100 parking spaces for their own residents, but intend to remove the 6 Ralston Avenue parking spaces. This is unjustifiable. When a question about the Ralston parking spaces removal issue was brought up at the November 29, 2022 YSM and neighbors meeting, the question was met with total silence by the YSM proponents. Speeding and traffic congestion on Spruce Street continues to be a serious safety issue, especially with the number of children walking to and from Spruce Court and Winchester Public Schools. 2018 area residents successfully petitioned for traffic calming speed bumps. A city traffic study for Spruce Street was recently conducted, noting significant traffic due to large transport trucks accessing the No Frills grocery store and significant residential traffic. This remains a problem, especially during peak driving hours, due to the near proximity of Ralston Avenue and the No Frills loading dock, and with the addition of at least 100 YSM parking spaces and yet more trucks to serve the YSM's 5 loading docks, traffic congestion on the west end of Spruce Street and on Ralston Avenue will be unsustainable. The neighbors of 306 to 310 Gerard Street East are adamantly opposed to the opening of Ralston Avenue. The YSM project is in no way dependent upon opening Ralston Avenue, but the quiet, safe enclave on Ralston is completely dependent upon not opening Ralston. Also, if Ralston Avenue is open, it will also create havoc on the west end of Spruce Street, with Ralston suddenly becoming a busy, congested roadway and Spruce Street becoming the feeder to Ralston Avenue. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputy? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for coming in today.
Could you also tell me where this is a petition?
The clerk will pick.
Oh, thank you.
Elson Unal? Student Elson, sorry, that's the Smith architect. I think they spoke already. Tony Lafazanis. Okay. Are you here, Mr. Lafazanis? Okay. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay, you have 5 minutes
Hello,
to present.
can you hear me?
I can hear you. You have 5 minutes to present to committee. Go ahead.
Good morning. I do have my camera on for some reason. Hold on, let me just start the video. There we go. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So good afternoon now. It started in the morning and here we are into the early afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this committee. I think that there's a number of things that everyone agrees on, and that's that this site is worthy of redevelopment. And I don't believe anyone opposes the redevelopment of this site. The issues surround the particulars of this development and whether or not it's a suitable development for this site and in this neighborhood. The city has seen rapid and thankful development along its main streets. All sorts of projects going up Queen Street, for example, east and west, typically about 6 stories, multiple residential units. I imagine many of them with subsidized housing. Very welcome development for the City of Toronto. For this area, we're now talking about a heritage district it's a tremendous asset of the city. I live in this district, but it's incorrect to think of this application simply from the perspective of me as a resident. But the correct approach I would submit is that it's thought of as a tremendous asset of the city. If we look at the boundary of the Don Valley, Gerard, Parliament, and Bloor, that whole rectangle, there is literally only one building that is 6 stories high. One of the previous speakers says it's 8 stories, but it's actually only 6 stories, and that's just to the east of the proposed site. Nothing else. Everything else, of course, is typically 3-story or lower. The issue that I wanted to address is why this proposal for this site should be anything more than 6 stories. And my submission is that it should be restricted to 6 stories. Simply consistent with so much other development around the city. This particular site context is important. We have a massive redevelopment in Regent Park where the density for this community has gone up 2, 3, maybe 4 times. And of course, all of that increased density has a large subsidized housing component. So this isn't a somewhere, you know, where there's not already a significant amount of increased density and availability of subsidized housing. So context is important. The effect of approval at this particular site would be to create a precedent. And not just along Girard, but I would suspect along the entire border that includes this heritage district. There's some discussion about, again, on the south side of Girard, that 10-story buildings are to be built. Now, what better transition from the Regent Park development and 10 stories on the south side than a 6-story structure on the north side? At least then it's a step down as opposed to something that's completely, to be frank, out of character with the area that the Cabbagetown area. I'm not sure about your process, but if a motion was permitted, I would bring a motion to limit the size of this development application to 6 stories. Those are all my comments.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. The next person on my list here is Christine Beckers.
She has no additional comments to mine. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the room would like to depute? Okay. Okay. Okay, you could depute, but we'll need to get your name for the record.
I would, yes, I'm prepared. My name is Andrea Smart, and I'm...
Okay, so staff will come get your name afterwards, but you can depute. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Sorry, I can proceed?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Smart. I live at 8 Royalston Avenue. That's the last house on the west side of the street, next to the Dollarama parking lot. My husband and I have lived there since November of 1991. This month makes it 31 years. We have raised our children to adulthood right there. I wish to endorse what Jack Grin has just said and what Ryan has said with respect to some of the security issues. And I thank Jack for speaking on behalf of many of the residents on Royalston and Spruce who will be affected by the planned changes to Royalston Avenue. That is to open up Royalston Avenue. I wish to add to Jack's statements by expressing some personal security experiences that my family has experienced. One, I can't remember the year, but it was in the mid-1990s when my son, who was around 11 years old at the time, came across a dead body in the bushes at the end of Royalston Avenue. That was in the days before the fence was erected on the south side and before the pathway leading from Royalston to Girard, which is referred to in the petition which we will be presenting, was blocked off. Secondly, my husband made a routine check back in those days, made a routine of checking for used condoms and needles in the street and the lot next to our house before he allowed our children to play outside. One evening in late October, in or around 2005, I got home with my then 14-year-old daughter and was confronted by a man in my front porch. He was likely looking for money to feed his habit. I shoved my daughter behind me and I aggressively approached the man. Luckily for me and my daughter, he was more scared than scary. He ran away. This last incident occurred after the street was blocked off and the pathway was closed. As recently as this summer, I've had to chase a young woman out of my backyard. Currently, every morning, A truck comes down our little street to deliver stuff to the Dollarama store. It is noisy and distracting, and it happens at 7 a.m. Prior to the little truck coming, there used to be a big truck that has hit my fence on at least 2 occasions. So imagine what it would be like when the street is opened up and there are delivery trucks and moving trucks routinely coming down a narrow street. My children are all grown up now. My grandchildren sometimes come to visit me, or regularly actually come to visit me at my street. But there are families with young children on the street now. I think some consideration should be given to us regarding the use and peaceful enjoyment of our properties, and some consideration should be given to whether or not it is necessary to open up Royalston Avenue. In closing, I wish to thank YSM for their work and contribution to our community. We appreciate you. We are not asking you to leave the community. We are just asking you to think about the use and enjoyment of our quiet little street. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for coming. Any questions? Nope. Any other deputants want to speak on this item? Okay.
Can I ask a question of Diamond?
You cannot ask questions, you can only depute.
Sorry?
You cannot ask questions, you can only depute. Would you like to depute?
No, because the question was,
okay.
They really didn't comment, they didn't say anything, so how can I refute anything they said?
Yeah. Interesting. Justine Beckers is still not here? Okay, all righty. I do have a few questions of staff based on what the deputants have brought up. One of the recurring concerns has been the security issue. Could we extend to the end of this item? 1 second. We actually have about, how many more items? 22 more items, so we'll have to come back after lunch. I want to wrap this particular item up, so there's no more deputants. I'm speaking on it now. I'm asking questions of staff.
So you just want to complete this item?
So I want to complete this item, and then we'll come back at lunch, 1:30. What? 1:30. We'll be back at 1:30. 5 minutes. I'll give you 5 minutes. Okay. Just some housekeeping rules. We're close to. We have quorum. We're good for quorum?
We have quorum.
Okay. Good. Okay. So my questions to staff is do I need to vote on the extension this item, or are we good? Can I have a motion to extend the meeting for the end of this item? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So the deputants here mentioned a few security issues. For example, opening of Ralston Avenue. I think someone also mentioned too, one of the deputants showed a rendering of the laneway access through, and there's security concerns around that. Can staff perhaps speak to those concerns? Who's here can speak to this concern?
Yes. Through the chair, this is Tiffany Lai speaking. Oh, Councilor Moyes, I'm over here.
Okay.
From Community Planning, I'm the author of the report. So access for vehicles and pedestrian is from Gerrard Street East, and there won't be any vehicle access connecting to Rollston Avenue. I know that was a concern by residents. And there are proposed removal bollards along Rollston, connecting the private driveway. And staff have not secured the mid-block connection, so it will remain private. And we'll leaving that at site plan to determine whether the applicants wish to put a fence up if needed. And a safety audit will be done by the YSM.
Okay, so those things you've just mentioned will address some of the security concerns that's been brought forth?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And another issue that was mentioned through one of the deputants here was that the loading dock is right up against his property and the fence height, I don't remember how high it was. Someone mentioned there's gonna be 5 loading docks. Is this 5 loading docks?
Through the chair, correct.
Okay. And one of the concerns that was brought forth too is that the increased traffic on Spruce Street. I mean, I know Spruce Street very well because I live in Cabot in the area. Spruce Street is one way from Winchester School. So what is the concern regarding more traffic from Ralston to Spruce? When if Ralston's already closed, it's not going to be opened up. Sorry, unfortunately, you cannot ask any questions. So I know that Spruce is running one way going east towards the river. That will remain the same, right?
Through the chair, I know there seemed to be a bit of confusion that I noticed among the deputations that there would be loading vehicles accessing Rolston through the site and coming from Spruce down Rolston to access the site. In fact, the loading vehicles and all vehicular activity will be accessing the site from Gerrard Street East. There will be no availability of those to move through Rolston Street.
Okay, that's excellent. The one thing, though, I do want to say that has been a recurring theme is the fencing, access from Gerrard right through to Cabbagetown. And if that's an issue, I feel that the developer and needs to address that. So those are my concerns. But that being said, based on what I've heard, I think that some of the concerns have been addressed by staff. So I will adopt staff's recommendation. But it's important to note, though, that approximately 96 affordable rental units is being built on this site. You know, we're in a housing crisis. We all know that if you walk in the streets of Toronto Centre, there's a lot of homeless people, you know, on the sidewalks, you know, even in Cabbagetown. It's unsustainable. It's inhumane. And I think, you know, we as a city have to do all that we can to address this, I'm going to call it the crisis that we're in. And I've said time and time again that Toronto Centre can do the bulk of the lifting, because we have historically done the bulk of the lifting when it comes to addressing people in crisis. And for me as the local councillor here, I do make a point to making sure that, you know, we spread services across the city, just not in Toronto Centre. But I also want to thank, you know, a Yonge Street Mission as well, because my office have worked very closely with them, and as well to working with the community to address some of the concerns that you brought forth today. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, I think this will be a benefit to the community. So with that being said, I'm going to move to adopt staff's recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. And we're on break until 1:30. Please, counselors for TYCC. All righty, we have quorum, folks. The show begins, or continues, I should say. Okay. So we're gonna continue, but before we go back to the next item, I do want to go back to item number 9.8. We need to reopen this item. So I move to reopen. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik.
Yes, I referred to council without recommendation. Is that clear?
You're referring to council without recommendation.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Wonderful. So we can resume back to item TE 9.17. Is that correct?
That's correct.
307 Sherburne Street zoning bylaw amendment application for approval, and that's me. I'll move that item. There is a deputant on this item. Just have to find my list. Craig Unins from Battery Planning and Management. Battery. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Greg Ewens from Battery Planning and Management, and I'm here today with Dana Gilbert from Forum Asset Management, the owner of the site at 307 Sherburne. I'll be brief. Forum acquired the site after an approval in 2019 for a standard condominium building on the site. But the application before you, which is an amendment to the zoning bylaw approved at that time, maintains the general form and height of the building, the previous approval, but it changes the project into a rental project. It increases the number of units, specifically units geared to students. It also changes around the interior configuration of the building to add additional amenity space for the building occupants, helping address the city's rental housing and student housing objectives right now in an area very close to several post-secondary institutions. The proposal also responds to the city's climate objectives by reducing the number of parking spaces from 51 down to 4 and employing a geothermal system, which was not proposed in the original application. We've read and are supportive of staff's recommendations. We're actively working with staff to address the holding provision in the bylaw in advance of the report proceeding to council, should that be where it goes next. On behalf of our client, I'd just like to thank staff, particularly Jeremy Humphrey and Alex Teixeira from City Planning, as well as Councillor Moyes for working with us to move this application through extremely quickly. We submitted this in mid-September of this year, and here we are in mid-November with a supportive report. So thank you very much to all the staff and council involved in this. We're looking forward to moving similarly quickly to bring these new rental housing units online. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. This is my item, number 17. So I will move staff's recommendation. Is WND Associates? Are you here? Online? Andrew? Okay, you have 5 minutes to present to the committee. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. My name is Andrew Franchik. I'm the president of WND Associates. We're the planners that are retained by the owners of the subject site, and I'm pleased to be here today, full support of the staff recommendations. And I'd just like to thank staff. In particular, we worked well with George Pantazis, Ren Chen, and Ryan Santiago earlier in the process, and we felt it was a constructive and collaborative process that led to this important milestone, which will bring 473 new dwelling units to this growing part of the downtown. I did submit a short presentation. If the committee would like me to run through it, I'd be happy to. Otherwise, I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
It's your time. You could do what you so choose. Okay, I have no questions. Okay, thank you for coming today. Next on the list, thank you. Next on the list is Francis Quadralt.
Good afternoon, Council. Thanks for having me. My name is Francis Gaudreau. I am an LGBT event promoter. I'm also the former chair of the Church Wellesley Village BIA and a current owner of multiple businesses on Church Street. I came here today to speak against the condo application at 410 Sherburne, as I feel like it would be a huge cultural and economic loss to the city. The Phoenix, as it has standed for the last 40 years, has been an incredible cultural hub for the city, both for the LGBT community as well as many other communities who participate in cultural events. I think it would be an incredible loss to the city to build another uninspiring, poorly built condo on the spot instead of recognizing the fact that the Phoenix is an integral part of the culture of our city. And if Toronto wants to claim that it is Music City, as previous administrations have said, it'd be nice if they actually tried to live up to that standard. Over the last 20 years, the Phoenix has become a major LGBT event center, hosting multiple LGBT events, as well as many other poorly represented communities have done many events there, and I think it would be tragic if we were no longer able to do that. Sorry, I'm just referring to my notes. The Phoenix has also played host as a cultural incubator for the city. Lots of fresh talent has come out of there, and the more that we lose our venues and our spaces to host these events and the talent, the less that Toronto will actually have a chance to produce talent. If they don't have a place to play, they can't actually become somebody. There is also going to be a huge financial impact for the loss of the Phoenix in this neighborhood. Being a business owner on Church Street, I fully recognize when events are being held at the Phoenix based on the hotel room sales around us, restaurant sales, bar sales, retail store sales. It's a huge economic driver for that area, considering there is nothing else business-wise near it. I think that if the Phoenix were to be tossed aside with no implementation in the new building, it would be an economic downturn for the area, which we all know is already not great. Yeah, so I would like to represent myself and also the many people I've spoken to who feel that the loss of the Phoenix and also the lack of inclusion of a music space in the new development seems to be kind of a short-sighted decision by the council and the city to not include that going forward. The previous proposals I've seen, which have basically shown a 100-person rec room as a replacement for the Phoenix, do not really meet the demands of the community around the area. So yeah, I would just like to voice my dissent on the application.
Thank you for coming in today. Any questions to deputants? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Paul Green. Are you here, Paul? No, okay. Samantha O'Connor. You have 5 minutes to present to council.
Good afternoon. My name is Samantha O'Connor, and I'm a talent buyer for Rap Season, Canada's independent promoter company specializing in rap, R&B, and Afrobeats concerts. Before this role, I documented the city's vibrant music history as a journalist and nurtured its homegrown talent as an artist manager and an A&R for international record label XL Recordings. For as long as I've lived in the city, I've been a part of its music industry, and Toronto is a music city. Some of the biggest artists in the world call this place home. Toronto artists break streaming records, win Grammys, play the halftime show at the Super Bowl, and live music industry refers to it as a top 5 touring market in North America. What happens here sends cultural ripples globally. When we play here, we play on an international stage. Universally renowned superstars ask to tour through the city, and it's the job of mine and my peers to bring them here. But it gets increasingly more difficult to do so when beloved venues considered pillars are threatened to be replaced by another condo. The Phoenix Concert Theater isn't just another building. It is a cultural landmark where nearly every night history is made in front of 1,000+ people. In this role and in this room, I welcomed local Juno-nominated artists to deliver their debut hometown headlining shows and seen upcoming international legends like Central C, Coco Jones, and Ira Starr transfix a sold-out venue and be welcomed to the city in a safe space that runs like a well-oiled machine. The Phoenix is the only independently owned 1,000-capacity venue we have in this city. It is an essential room for both international touring and domestic acts. Their fully booked yearly calendar is inclusive to all types of musical experiences, many of which are a direct reflection of the diverse cultural characteristics of this city and the people that make it so special. Without it, we lose a large piece of our identity as the music city we've claimed to be and impair everyone working or existing in the live music ecosystem, including independent artists, promoters, agents, managers, Record labels and any fan of music in this city looking for an inclusive experience the Phoenix offers and has offered for decades. Patrons come to connect with songs that have soundtracked their lives, or to find a healthy escape from the trials of daily life, or to find human connection and shared experiences, the irreplaceable and unparalleled moments and memories that make us who we are. And to me, both personally and professionally, that's worth protecting. Toronto is a music city, but for how long? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to Deputant? Nope. Thank you so much for coming in. Justin Kwan, are you here? You have 5 minutes to speak to the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to members of this council. My name is Justin Kwan. I'm the president and CEO of Moto Live Arts Entertainment. We are a Toronto-based events company that does national touring across Canada, the US, and Europe. With over 600 shows per year, we are one of the largest independent concert promoters in the country. It is imperative that this council and the people here today understand how vital of a role the Phoenix plays, not only in Toronto, its ecosystem for creativity, but also within Canada's art and cultural space. As one of the last great independent venues in the city, and in the highly coveted space of 1,500 cap, Moto Live's ability and the ability of all independent live music promoters to present not only international but domestic artists will be negatively and greatly impacted. From indie rock to hip hop to K-pop, and the next great Canadian superstar. We have done it all in this room. The Phoenix continues to be a vital home for cultural stories, marginalized voices, and shaping the ideas of tomorrow. On a more personal note, as a minority and an immigrant, and someone who is still underrepresented in the Canadian music space, especially at the executive level, the Phoenix is one of the first places that allowed me to grow and develop, especially at a time when it was harder to do so. I hate to think that there will be less and less places in this city where a kid who got rejected from every major company was given a shot to become something that this industry had no blueprint for, and that this venue gave him a chance to become something he had no business in becoming. I hope the city embraces and continues to protect more places like the Phoenix, and not less. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in. Any questions, deputies? Okay, thank you. Is Paul Green here? Yeah. Okay. You have 5 minutes to present to this committee.
Yes, good afternoon. Along with being a resident in the area, I'm also a community activist, educator, working with youth over the last 30 years in Toronto. And the Phoenix Concert Theater has definitely been an asset in the community. We take an approach of using entertainment and really trying to meet youth where they are. And the venue has been one in which the community has been able to access over the last few years. For much programming, they've always had their doors open for youth of all different cultures and backgrounds. And I find it very disturbing that with it being one of the few venues in the city that is actually there for youth and for community access, that there's a possibility that it may not exist in the future. I know for myself, I represent many youth and many individuals in community work that weren't able to make it to this meeting. If it was at a time, maybe in the evening or such, you might have this place full because there's a lot of people that have used it in the past. And I, for one, would like to ensure that it's there in the future for future use for youth and for the community. And I might add, too, that it's one of the few venues that, if you will, the definition of standalone in the sense that it's a place where communities over corporate greed or corporate, like corporate objectives, if you will, in the sense that it's there for community. So I just wanted to make it known that there's, as I said, I represent a larger group of people that would like to see it stand in the future for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. I'm all over the place. Questions of staff? I don't have any questions of staff. Do you have questions of staff? Yes, go ahead, Councilor Bravo.
Thank you to the chair, and I'm very grateful to hear all of your voices, and I've definitely, the Phoenix has been a big part of my life in Toronto. I'd like to, the deputants would like to see a different outcome. What are the actual prospects for continuing with the Phoenix as is, and what decision-making power does this committee have and the City of Toronto have in relation to that objective?
Through the chair, this is George Pantazis, Community Planning, and I'm the author of the report. There aren't tools available to us to compel the applicant to either preserve or replace the Phoenix as it is. However, the site-specific zoning bylaw that we are recommending for approval does include a use permission for a music venue. So the future developer could provide a music venue in their development, and they would not need a further amendment for that.
So you're saying that we don't have any legal way to keep the Phoenix the way it is, and that while recognizing that the replacement isn't at the same scale, that is what has been being recommended or potentially has been secured. Is that right?
That's correct. We can't compel them.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Matlow?
Was there ever any efforts to put on the table with the applicant, regardless of what the laws allow us to prescribe, to say to them, it's in the city's interest to retain performance spaces and rehearsal spaces in our city because we support our arts and cultural sector, and that we want to work with you, recognizing your economic needs and all of that, but how do we put this package together so that we could retain either the Phoenix or something resembling the Phoenix in the new build? Was that conversation had?
Through the chair, there was a working group meeting held on April 3rd of this year that was specific to discussing how the music venue could be part of the development review process. The applicant did attend that working group meeting, but ultimately the applicant decided not to pursue a music venue on the site. However, like I've said before, the bylaw still would permit it, which the apartment neighborhood designation, which is what the applicant is seeking for, doesn't normally permit music venues, but in this case, we are permitting that music venue use in the site-specific zoning bylaw.
Not to depart too far from the site-specific application, but whether it be TU Core or Midtown and Focus or any other, the public realm component of those plans, where what we were able to do, because we had a big picture idea of where we wanted to put improved public realm, whether it be mid-block connections, parks, you name it, plazas, We had a plan that we wanted to manifest. We had a bunch of pretty pictures. We had a very clear idea of where everything should go. And even though we couldn't prescribe it by law in some cases, we had applicants come to us prepared to say, we want to do this because we know that we'll have an easier ride with you if we're actually working with your narrative rather than imposing our own onto you. Is there such a thing, working with ECDev and planning and any other relevant division, to say we need to retain small, mid-sized, different types of performance and rehearsal spaces in our city, and we have a plan for that and we want to engage applicants in that discussion? Does that exist?
Through the chair, city planning, along with economic development and a number of other divisions, are starting to work with the music industry and the live music industry. So, for example, there is a meeting about this afternoon about creating a plan to move forward on the retention of live music venues, and discussing various ideas and how to either retain them or create a path towards new live music venues. But that work is just getting underway.
May I ask you to consider how poetic would it be for the phoenix to be able to rise from the ashes and actually be part of a plan where we're intentional about it, and even if the law doesn't allow us to impose a phoenix at this specific location, even if we all want to, that we're very intentional about ensuring that in the vicinity that we identify sites where one could be, and then working with everyone relevant to this conversation to make sure that that happens. Is that something you would consider doing?
Yes, that's something we can consider.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I do have a motion. So my predecessor, former Councilor Wong Tam, had put a working group, requested a working group to deal with this issue. And the working group, I think, has only met once. And the community concerns have never been really been satisfied or addressed. As mentioned by the deputants here today, the Phoenix really is plays a cultural significance to the 2S LGBTQ+ community. I myself has been in that venue many times growing up as a young person in Toronto. My partner still goes there on a regular basis, despite my complaints for other reasons. And it's one of the last few independent music venues in the city. And so it is really important to the community. And for me as the councillor, I have to listen to my community and do all that we can to address some of the concerns that's been brought forth. So the motion that I brought forth really addresses some of these issues. It's lists from 1 through 8. I won't read them all, but the first one being those that City Council refused the application for a zoning bylaw amendment in its current form. And if this goes to the Ontario Land Tribunal, that we use mediation, conciliation, or other dispute resolutions to address some of these issues. And it goes on further, but this is the gist of the motion, and I hope my council colleagues will support it. Any questions from, go ahead. Yes, Councilor Bradford to speak.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and as a local councillor for bringing this motion forward. Clearly, we are really facing kind of a tipping point here. The Phoenix is a core part of Toronto's identity. It's, the loss of spaces for culture, for cultural workers, for producers, whether it's producing sculptures, putting on plays, and live music, is something that's really risky to the city of Toronto. Culture is the way that we convene to reflect on who we are, to exchange, to form identities together, and I think that we can say a lot about what it contributes to the GDP of the city or the country, but really this is about the things that you all mentioned, the way that people can come together to find each other, to build community. An independent music space like this is providing physical and social infrastructure to the work of convening youth when they need it most. And the stories that you told about how this place has scaffolded your careers and how the loss of it is actually pulling the pin out in a really key part of infrastructure. So thank you. Be really pleased to support the motion, and I hope that the deputants know that you have really big supporters on this committee. And once again, thank you for coming out to speak.
Thank you. So seeing no other speakers, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item. That was 22. Okay. T 9.22, 276 to 294 Main Street Part Lot Control Exemption Application for approval. Councilor Bradford. Are there any deputants in the room? Nope. Okay. Councilor Bradford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item is TE 9.24, 141 Roehampton Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application. Councilor Matlow. Yes, any speakers in the room on this item? Seeing none, Councilor Matlow.
I move this staff recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item is TE 9.25, 396 to 398 Church Street, and 73 to 77 McGill Street, and 50 Gerard Street East, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. Any deputants in the room? Seeing none. 25. Yep. I move staff's recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 9.26, 1515 Richmond Street East, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment appeal report. Any deputants in the room for this item? Seeing none. All those in favor of, 1 second. That's not me. That's Councilor Fletcher. Councilor Bravo?
Which item?
For item 27.
We did 26, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
27 was already been dealt with.
Oh, 27 was dealt with?
Yes,
Okay.
we did that earlier.
All right. 29 then. Oh, 28. D 9.28, 306 to 310 Gerard Street East, erection of a building on heritage property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Any deputants for this item? Seeing none. 28. I move staff's recommendation, recs on this one. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 9.29, 90-90A-92 and 94 Isabella Street alterations to designated heritage properties and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. It's 29. Any speakers on this item? Seeing none, I'll move staff's recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Thank you. We're zipping through these things. Okay, 31, right? TE 9.31, 680 Northcliffe Boulevard, residential demolition application. Councilor Matlow.
I move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor?
3 options.
3 options.
Let me get back to you on that.
Okay, we'll hold that one. T 9.32, 656 Gerard Street East, residential demolition application. That's Councilor Okay. Okay. Councilor Bradford, Bravo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move on behalf of Councilor Fletcher, staff recommendation number 1 to refuse.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 9.33, 277 Margarita Street application to remove a private tree. Councilor Bravo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion, and in this very, very unusual case and a rare exception, I'm going to recommend approving the removal of the tree and the replacement with five trees, which can be achieved in a combination of on-site planting or cash in lieu of planting to the satisfaction of the General Manager of Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. This was deferred from the last TYC meeting. We've spoken repeatedly to the homeowner and have a letter of support from the neighbor. And I'd be happy to take your questions, but I find myself in the unusual situation of recommending the removal of a tree, and I've received many mean texts from Councillor Perks. So that's my.
Okay. Any questions from anyone? No. All those in favor? Opposed? Go ahead.
Very quickly, happy to support this. Let's just acknowledge that sometimes there are different circumstances on these things, and we can support the local councillor who certainly has a better level of depth and understanding on the particular file, and I'm happy to support it.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Passed unanimously. D 9.34, 1706 Gerard Street East, application to remove a private tree. Councilor Bradford.
Actually, going to go with the staff recommendations here and deny the permit to remove the
Oh
tree.
my goodness, all the tables have turned.
Bizarro world in here today.
I forgot to ask, is there any deputants here in this item? Nope. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 9.35, 104 Gilbert Avenue, application for fence exemption. Councilor Bravo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item has been deferred twice before. I have spoken directly to both parties repeatedly, and as have my staff. The conflicts that give rise to this request cannot be resolved by granting the fence exemption, as they involve police charges, court orders, and it's really about a conflict between two neighbors. So at this time, I would like to defer this item indefinitely, and I have a motion. I
Okay.
should have started with that.
All right, all those in favor of the, is it up on the screen? Okay, all those in favor of deferral indefinitely? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 9.36, 16 Austin Crescent, request for fence exemption. There are deputants on this item. Real Provis?
We don't have to
Okay, David Lockwood and Jason Cass, are you all together?
No.
Okay, any of these people that have called are here? Okay, one more time, David Lockwood, Jason Cass. Okay, this item. Okay, it's okay. Councilor Matlow?
I'm moving to reject the exemption.
Okay, all those in favor of rejection, exemption, opposed, carried. Okay, moving along quite nicely. We do have item 41 and 42 are holds. No, that was, no.
By the way, I have clarity on number 31, whenever you want to come back to that.
Okay, let me, what about 41?
Was it held by Deputy Mayor Moore?
Do you figure out 41 yet?
Should we have she has
Yes, I do. I have motions.
Okay, you ready to proceed?
Yes, we have.
Okay, you have, okay.
She's ready to go.
T 9.41, construction staging area, Lakeshore Boulevard West, 955 Lakeshore Boulevard West. Councilor Malik, Deputy Mayor Malik.
I have a few questions for staff first.
Okay, Go ahead.
So I do have questions, I guess. Is there anyone on here from the Waterfront Secretariat?
Hi, Deputy Mayor, I'm here. Meg St. John from Waterfront Secretariat.
Thank you. So this diversion is required due to site servicing on pipes underneath the Martin Goodman Trail. Can you confirm if that is actually taking place on provincially owned property, or are city permits required?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor. The Martin Goodman Trail at this location is located on provincial land, and the water main that they are proposing to replace is a private water main internal to their site servicing, and as such, no city permits are required for the closure of the Martin Goodman Trail or to do the work on the water main.
And have city staff requested and received any work plan for the construction activities at Ontario Place?
Through the chair, the city staff has requested a work plan for construction, and we are waiting receipt of that work.
When was that request made most recently?
Most recently, last week. Initially, about a month ago.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear that the only response from the province regarding notice for construction activity has been to watch for updates on their website. That's what they've shared with us.
Through the chair, we actually heard from Infrastructure Ontario this morning that they are working on getting us a construction plan, but we are not as yet in receipt of that construction plan.
Well, that's a promising progress. I appreciate that. My next question is for transportation services staff. Are they here?
Deputy Mayor, our apologies. This is Carly Bowman from Community Planning. It's our understanding that they're available starting at 2:30.
All right, do you want to? Yeah, can we hold it for 15 minutes?
If I may, Deputy Mayor, and through the chair, I am advised that we can undertake to answer the question on their behalf if it's helpful.
Sure, I can ask the question. I would like to make sure that we have the information from Transportation Services. I know that Transportation Services have been working on refinements to the diversion plan and communication and response to feedback, particularly from groups like Cycle Toronto. And my question is, can we continue to work on those details, offering support from my office in advance of implementation?
Through the chair, yes, Transportation Services has confirmed that they will continue to work on the details with your office.
All right, great, thank you. Those are all my questions then.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Matlone.
Is it true that they're dumping rocks into the water that the city owns?
Through the chair, those rocks are being placed to shore up the dock wall in that area. And yes, the works that they are undertaking is on area that is city-owned, but it's all through part of their site servicing agreement. They have told us that those rocks the rocks are being placed, purposely placed, and they're being purposely placed to shore up the dock walls in that location so that they can start doing dock wall reinforcement and repair.
Would that be servicing that would need to be done anyway, or is it to prepare for an eventual spa?
Through the chair, the province and Infrastructure Ontario have indicated that thus far all the servicing works that are being undertaken would have to be undertaken anyway, as the infrastructure is at the end of its lifespan. It's about 50 or 60 years old, all the infrastructure in that area.
Do you have evidence to know that that's true?
Through the chair, the city hasn't taken an independent asset evaluation of the assets in that area, but the Ministry and Infrastructure Ontario have indicated that it's at the end of their lifespan.
If we wanted to, hypothetically, if we wanted to tell them to get off our property, could we?
Through the chair, we are currently undertaking work as directed by council in February of 2022, through this committee in January of 2022, and that direction from council was that the city work with the province to undertake this servicing work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Malik, you have a motion?
Yeah, I have motions. There's 3 of them and putting them, well, 3 parts. And they're up on the screen right now. I do want to start off by thanking transportation staff for working to find an alternative route for pedestrians and cyclists along this important site. As we all know, Ontario Place is a very well-used and well-loved public space, and maintaining access to it from all directions is a priority. Unfortunately, we have not had complete cooperation from the province on basic communication on their construction activities at Ontario Place, and today was, the first indication that there is any effort around that. And this motion hopefully will take us further in that direction. In July, I wrote to the Minister of Infrastructure to urge the creation of a construction liaison committee of stakeholders that could provide the reliable forum for discussion of schedules, construction plans, and any limitation of access to the site. They replied that information would be posted on their website as appropriate. And since the province announced in September it was starting site servicing work at the site again, solely through a posting on its website, city staff have been asking for a work plan for construction, and the progress that we've heard about today is much more than the nothing that we've received up until this point, and we'll be holding to it. These types of information sharing are fundamental parts of any significant construction process and are especially critical for a site of public importance like Ontario Place. And there are many examples, we've all experienced them, where the province has taken these steps. Metrolinx has numerous CLCs for the Ontario line. Flood protection construction in the West Donlands was led by Infrastructure Ontario and had community engagement every step of the way, and so on. I hope that through the renewed requests from this motion, we can achieve a more transparent and cooperative process for site servicing work and construction at Ontario Place, and that it can proactively help to prepare for the safety measures we need along the Martin Goodman Trail at site access points. I'm also asking that we request the province take on the public community mural initiative for the extensive hoarding that has been placed on Ontario Place property. I know that initial discussions between staff and the contractor have taken place, and hope that this committee will support the efforts to introduce the standards we expect from a public project at any scale, but particularly at this scale. Thank you again to city staff and to our community advocates, Cycle Toronto, and many more who are keeping vigilant on safety and access to this site and the important routes and the importance of this destination. Thank you very much.
Okay, so all those in favor of the recommendations? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And those, as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, back to 31 for Councillor Matwell. Let me just find it here on my list. Okay, T 9.31, 680 Northcliffe Boulevard residential demolition application. Councillor Matwell.
The recommendation is number 3 with conditions.
Okay, number 3 recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Awesome.
Oh, I'm sorry, the approval with conditions.
Okay. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. What's the next item? 42? 42? Okay, we have deputy tonight item number 42, Matthew Rutledge from Fogler Rubinfoff LLP. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Matthew Rutledge. I'm a lawyer at Fogler Rubinoff LLP, and I'm the representative for 1707397 Ontario Inc. and Dr. Phil Solomon, who are the owners of 305 Davenport Road and operate a medical clinic at that property. I will keep my comments brief because there's been a lot of items today already. But first, I would just like to confirm whether or not the committee had received the letter that I had submitted yesterday, dated November 14th. Thank you. So just to provide some background context, my client's property is located semi-adjacent to the subject property for which the proposed Davenport Road closing is considered, and it's just to the southeast, and it's what is located between the two properties is a curb cut that has historically been used by my client's property for many, many years. And our client's concern with the proposed road closure is that what this means is that our client will no longer have the ability to use this curb cut to access its property, as well as its patients. And it should be noted, and for greater clarity, that while today is the consideration of whether or not the closure of Davenport Road to facilitate the construction staging area should be approved, the proponent for the development at 321 Davenport Road has already occupied this portion of Davenport Road since at least January of 2023, and has arranged their hoarding walls and construction staging area to make it so that it's no longer possible for my client to use the curb cut to access their property, and that they can exclusively use this curb cut to facilitate the construction of their site. While there is a curb cut further to the south of my client's property, and there is potential use for it, it would essentially require any kind of patience or my client to drive, but it's a very odd lot configuration in terms of the curve of Davenport Road here. But what this would essentially require is for them to drive along the front of the adjacent property where there already is front yard parking there, and the cars would be backing out, so they'd be perpendicular driving directly behind cars backing out. So this creates concerns of safety for my client and their patients. So of the recommendations put forward today, recommendation 16 provides that City Council would direct that Davenport Road be returned to its pre-construction traffic and parking regulations when the project is complete. And I'm assuming that means with reference to 321 Davenport Road. But it is my client's request that City Council consider that they also include an amendment to this recommendation to require that the condition of Davenport Road and the curb cut be restored to as it was prior to the construction of taking place at 321 Davenport Road, or as this may be more appropriately considered to be a site plan matter, that they direct staff to explore what potential options there are in terms of restoring the curb cut to the condition it previously was through that means. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputant? Seeing none? Okay, thank you for coming in today. We do have a second Deputant here. David Foster, are you here with us? No? Okay. Councillor Matlaw? It's for Councillor Sachs. You want to hold it down?
Oh, it's Councillor Sax's. Excuse me. That's why I couldn't find it on my list. So it's T9.42. On behalf of Councillor Sachs, to move staff recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, the next item. It's slim pickings now here, which is good. 57? Is it? No, it's not. T 9.57, on-street electric vehicle charging station on O'Connor Drive, parking amendments. Are there any deputants in this item? Seeing none, Councillor Bradford. Sorry, you know what? I'm looking at the wrong list. Clearly, I've been in this chair for too long now. George Bell. Are you here, Mr. Bell? No? Oh, okay, Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item.
New business that we have.
New business. Do I have that page?
That would be
83?
Councillor Malik, you,
Sorry.
it wasn't on that, that's
Okay, I don't have none of those things. Okay, new business. TE 9.83, Distillery Winter Village, waiving of parking fees. Any deputants on this item? Seeing none, Councilor Malik, Deputy Malik.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 9.84, parking amendment, conducting a new poll on McLean Avenue. Any deputants in this item? Seeing none, Councilor Bradford.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 9.85, all-way stop controls, Salmon Avenue and Woodington Avenue. Any deputants in this item? Seeing none, Councilor Bradford.
I would like to move the recommendations in my letter. And I think I actually need to go back on 8.4 as well, because they're recommendations in my letter, not staff.
Okay.
Sorry.
So,
So on both of those, however you want to do it, 8.5 is the recommendations in my letter. So
Okay.
that's the one that we have right now for the stop controls on salmon. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to
Yes.
call it?
Yep, so all those in favor, number 80, 9.85, all those in favor?
Yep.
Thank you. And item T 9.84, we'll have to reopen. Motion to reopen, Councilor Bradford, in favor? Carried. T 9.84, parking amendment, conducting a new poll on McLean Avenue, Councilor Bradford.
Thank you. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Yeah. T 9.86, reopening and amending TE 5.51, all-way stop controls around Secord Elementary School. Councilor,
Thanks. I'd like to move the
1 second.
recommendations in my letter, please.
We need to reopen. Councilor Bradford to reopen.
Okay.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And you want to move? Go ahead.
Recommendations in my letter, please.
Okay, 1 second. Any deputants? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Anything else?
We just have to deal with the bills.
Okay. God, I need a raise, by the way. That bills 1120 to 1123, 1125 to 1128, 1130 to 1142, and 1144 to 1147, prepared for the November 15, 2023 meeting 9 of the Toronto and East York Community Council, be declared as bylaws and passed, subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 9 on November 15, 2023, be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Woohoo!